that created treaty relationships within Mi'kma'ki. I also wish to acknowledge that people of African descent have been in Nova Scotia for over 400 years, and we honor and offer gratitude to those ancestors. I acknowledge that I benefit from the tremendous privilege and advantage due to my ancestors' actions. I invite you to consider what reconciliation means in your own lives and in the intention we bring when we gather here today. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to our annual Pathway to Peers event. We're so happy to have our in-person audience and our online folks. We're just going to do a little bit of housekeeping before we get into our first speaker of the day. So accessible washrooms can be found just to the right here. If you're just looking for washrooms out in the main area, if you go out to the left here and up the ramp, they're just on that right-hand wall. We are going to have a few community booths later on in the day, so you'll have a few opportunities to check out some of our awesome folks who have come in with some information to share. And we're also going to have a few nutrition breaks as well, but we'll let you know when those are. Everyone should have gotten an agenda as well. Arlie.
Yes, welcome everybody. I will also just note that upon registration, you would have received a little ticket. That is for your entry into the draw at the end of the day for a special prize, an iPad. So we would really appreciate you sticking around for the day and wait to see if your name's called. Should we introduce ourselves as well? So just so you know, we will be the MCs for the day. My name is Marley Smith. I'm the navigator with Brain Injury Nova Scotia. And to my right here is Sydney. She is, what is your title? Volunteer Engagement Coordinator with March of Dimes. So we are happy to be here today to MC for you.
Thank you. Yeah, I forgot our names there. That's an important bit. If you do have any questions, you can find us throughout the day, and we'd be happy to answer anything you may have. We do have an online chat as well for those folks tuning in online. So if you have any questions throughout the day, you can put them in the chat online. If you have any questions in person, come find us. So our first speaker of the day, we have Tiffany McIntyre on assistive technology to support independence. Tiffany is a program manager in employment services for Atlantic Canada. She has completed a bachelor's degree in sociology and holds a designation as a Canadian vocational rehabilitation professional. She has been a program manager with March of Dimes since 2020 and has worked with individuals with disabilities in both Atlantic Canada and in British Columbia since 2012. After leaving a career in business and finance and returning to university to complete her degree, Tiffany specializes in assisting individuals with identifying the specific barriers and needs they face, which can limit independence, and then working creatively with individuals and families to help find solutions. This includes barriers in returning to work or school, or being able to use communication tools such as accessible technology, for example. So we will welcome Tiffany to the stage.
Good morning. First of all, thank you for making me the first person of the day, Rebecca. Thank you for allowing me to join you today. Just to let you know about some of the programs available to assist with technology through March of Dimes Canada. I'm not sure what this is. Okay. We didn't practice this, so what am I hitting? Oh. There we go. Okay, there's my... right? That's okay, it'll use up some of the time when I talk too fast and go through my program. That's right. Okay, all right. What's that? Wonderful. Okay, so I'm ready for the next slide then. All right. So March of Dimes offers many programs, but specifically with regard to technology, I'm going to be highlighting the 4 programs available, as you can see on the screen, to anyone experiencing barriers or requiring assistance in areas such as training to increase your skills, financial assistance to purchase technology such as a cell phone or tablet, and assistance with using programs specifically designed to make your technology equipment easier to use, whether you require larger fonts, voice to text, and many others. These are the 4 programs I'll be briefly highlighting, and more information can be found on our website at www.marchofdimes.ca, or you're welcome to visit me at our table during the breaks today. Give it a try, okay? There we go. All right. So the first one I'm going to talk about is Skilling Up. Skilling Up is a self-paced online learning program available for your own business. There are courses that teach entrepreneurship skills. The next level of the program offers career essential certificates such as administrative professional, project management, business analyst, systems administrator, and data analyst. These pathways will enable learners to take advantage of many opportunities now available and looking for employees. Finally, the third level of learning includes Microsoft certifications, which could include Microsoft 365, Security Administrator, Teams Administrator, and several others. For more information regarding Skilling Up, once again, please visit marchofdimes.ca and click on Employment Services. There we go. Oh, sorry. There we go. Okay. So here are some of the available courses at the foundational skills level of the program. They can be as basic as just learning about your computer and using Microsoft 365, which used to be called Microsoft Office, to working on skills that are commonly needed in today's workplace, such as those above, as well as courses like Persuading Others, Understanding Unconscious Bias, Why Trust Matters, and Banishing Your Inner Critic to Unleash Creativity. That course in particular tries to help us with that little voice that sometimes likes to tell us that our ideas may not be good enough to bring forward in the workplace, and how to approach those situations when we just aren't sure. How to find and test business ideas, how to raise capital, and marketing. So depending on your goal, whether it is just learning the basics or building your business, there's something here for everyone. Above are some of the Career Essentials courses geared to certificates. So the Administrative Professional stream also includes more in-depth work with Microsoft 365, as this is the most commonly used suite of programs in most administrative roles. Administrative positions are in high demand at the moment, and often employers want to ensure that new staff are familiar with the use of these programs. Skilling Up also offers mentorship and assistance with job searching once you are complete. If project management is something that interests you, this series of courses delves into many of the elements that need to be considered while overseeing a project. As you can see, things like schedules and budgets are critical, as is measuring risk, managing project stakeholders, and collaborating, once again often using the Microsoft 365 program. Business analyst may not be something that most people think of as a career out the gate, but as you can see, this is a role that goes hand in hand with project management. And project managers rely on people who know how to manage data to make good choices along the way. This could be in any number of areas, and handling data of any kind, such as financial, statistical, marketing data, and so on, assist with making those decisions. If tech is more your interest, system administrator may be the learning path you choose. Managing networks for small and large organizations is vitally important to the success of businesses these days. Even small offices usually have a network of at least 3 or 4 computers that need to talk to one another, and these need to be secure enough to make sure that the information stays between this group of computers. This stream also includes courses in identity and authentication, security and monitoring, as well as backup and recovery of systems. Additional tech learning streams include software developer and data analyst, as well as the third stream of Microsoft certified specialists. I won't go over all the individual courses available here today, but I will have additional information at the March of Dimes table, and we can certainly assist with having a Skilling Up staff and a member be in contact with you if you're interested. So high-tech. High-tech is one of our assistive technology programs, and high-tech allows users to improve their basic computer and digital literacy skills with the assistance of a one-on-one volunteer. The high-tech program can provide training in topics such as online safety, social media, texting and emailing, and productivity programs, again, like Microsoft Office 365, which includes programs like Word, PowerPoint, Excel, and so on, as well as navigating the internet. This can be coupled with other programs, such as the Tech for Impact Fund and the Tech for Good program, to help users make the most of their technology. The Tech for Impact Fund was developed in order to assist individuals who would benefit from technology but may not have the financial means to purchase it. It is a needs-based fund, and proof of income is required in order to qualify for the program. Draws for funding are normally held twice per year in the spring and in the fall, and on the website, marchofdimes.ca/tech for impact, you will find updated information, including dates and deadlines. The process is quite simple. You can submit an application online, or you can reach out via telephone to our team, and someone can assist you if you don't have access to be able to submit your application online. Send in your proof of income. Please note that if the user is under 18, it is based on family or household income, so parents' income will be considered. It's important to note that the program covers many items such as phones, tablets, laptops, and computers, but also includes adaptive aids such as some of those shown above, smart pens, and so on. However, the fund is not able to provide support for mobility equipment, furniture, gaming devices, or upgrades to equipment such as the latest phone or tablet. Subscription fees for software and that sort of thing aren't covered either. During the interview with an Impact Fund representative, fund applicants will be asked about their technology needs to ensure that the user's getting equipment that'll allow the best possible overall outcome and will meet as many needs as possible. For example, if the original discussion is to look at getting a computer, but it's determined that mobile communication is an issue at the same time, then a smartphone or tablet may be the preferred solution to allow the user to access as many platforms as possible with a single piece of equipment. And this is a little story about a Tech for Impact applicant. This is about James. James is a professional writer and photographer who was diagnosed with tendinitis in both arms and elbows in 2009. The pain from his disability made it difficult to use a keyboard or mouse to edit often hundreds of images from a single photo shoot. He had tried acupuncture, surgery, ergonomic keyboards, physiotherapy, and finally voice assist, which helped, but not nearly enough. He was finding he was actually only able to work at about 30% of his normal capacity. He loved his career and didn't want to stop working, but he knew that he required a solution to help. The result, he decided, was a Head Mouse Nano, which replaces a standard mouse and allows people who cannot use their hands to work. However, the cost for this piece of equipment at that time was over $1,500, which he couldn't afford. He found out about and applied to the Tech for Impact Fund and received financial support for the Head Mouse Nano. He's since been able to build his business back up and work nearly full-time. He says that the equipment is easy to use and consists of a receiver on top of his computer, not unlike an external webcam. And he wears a small reflective target on the bridge of his glasses that sends signals as he makes small movements with his head and then uses his foot to perform mouse clicks. The Tech for Good program is a broad-based program created in partnership with TELUS to provide assistance with accessing programs either built in or compatible with mobile devices. March of Dimes assistive technology specialists will contact Tech for Good applicants within 3 days of receiving an application to begin the intake process. Criteria for the program is simple. You need to have a mobile device such as a smartphone or a tablet and require assistance either with the use of the accessibility programs built into your device, or you need recommendations and assistance with technology such as apps or software or hardware for mobile devices. The program is open to anyone of any age. However, minors are required to have a legal guardian present during training. Tech for Good provides assistive tech support for memory impairments, communication, cognition and literacy, and for independence. Some examples of features that can be accessed to assist with memory are alarms and reminders, checklists and tasks, and specific apps such as Brain in Hand that use visual or written schedules to assist with tasks to be completed. Captioning programs can record conversations, transcribe them, and keep them in history to be referred back to later. Password applications can help store multiple passwords to ensure security. It can be difficult enough to remember complex passwords and to ensure each of your logins has a different password. But when memory is an issue as well, these programs really are excellent to assist in this area. You can see on the slide a reference to a program called Avail. This program may be available to Tech for Good participants and offer the ability to create step-by-step tasks of all kinds. For example, if someone is new to a job and has difficulty remembering the order in which tasks are completed or what each task entails, this can be programmed into the smartphone or tablet and allows the user to see each step involved in whatever process needs to take place. For example, doing laundry or cleaning an office, clearing tables, etc. Almost any task is either available in the library, and if it isn't there already, specific tasks and reminders can be created to suit the individual user. Here is a short video that showcases how the Avail program has helped Katrina and Lindsay.
So the impact of the Avail software is changing our lives.
With Avail, it's easier for me to go through my day.
The confidence that comes from using the Avail software just goes out into the community in every aspect of her life.
The Avail has helped her with her time management. She's getting through things much quicker and getting through them with much more confidence.
I have seen her take more responsibility for herself and some tasks around the house.
Lindsay just started working at TJ Maxx. We are using Avail for her cleaning carts. She needs some of the reminders to know how many carts to have in each line.
I am good at using Avail. It can help me interact with customers. Avail helps me remember the little details.
So we are using the Avail software for Katrina to get her through her tasks through work. How to do laundry, how to help in the grooming room with Miss Ashley, give a bath. And what's awesome about that is since she's been on the software, she's been able to be more independent in those tasks.
It helps her be more independent. I've definitely seen an improvement. She's able to complete these tasks on her own. She can reference back to the software versus having a job coach there.
It also helps the employer and Lindsay's coworkers because she is more independent at her job, and so if she has a question, sometimes she can just refer to Avail.
Using Avail makes me feel really good and comfortable. I would really share it with my friends. They would really love it.
So the Avail program is available to any March of Dimes client in any program that they're involved in. You do have to be a March of Dimes client either through Tech for Good, through the After Stroke program, and through any of our other programs. So certainly connect up with whoever you're working with through March of Dimes, or if you need more information, you can come and see me about that program. So assistive technology for communication, as you can see, the example above uses picture communication to allow users to simply activate the picture to actually speak to the listener. Users with vocal or speech difficulties often find that these programs can make a significant difference and allow them to access the world more independently, with less reliance on others to help convey ideas and needs. There are several apps and programs available to assist with communication, such as these noted, among many others. Technology programs for those who need help with cognition and literacy. Voice and text apps can read written content to the user and allow the user to hear what they are typing as they input to make sure that they are sending the intended message. As well, many built-in features can assist with focus, such as blocking notifications during certain periods or when using a specific program to make sure that the user isn't distracted. Finally, assistive technology for independence. So most of you know about Google Home, Nest, Alexa, or Sonos. These are not only able to assist with doing things like creating grocery lists, they are also able to assist with many tasks, including playing music, calling friends or family, or even help when needed. Smart plugs and switches and thermostats can ensure that your home operates efficiently and can set timers, temperatures, and even lock your doors to ensure your safety. I have an older version of Google Home, and apparently I was in a really grumpy mood when I did my voice recording, because if I try and be nice to my Google, she never recognizes me, so it's time for me to re-record. My husband always laughs at me about that one. So, and finally, I'm just going to show you a couple of real Tech for Good users with their stories of how our assistive technology specialists were able to build independence through their devices.
At 45, I was diagnosed with MS. I can stand and transfer to my wheelchair, but that's basically it. New paragraph. My phone is my lifeline. It's my only way to be able to communicate.
I was diagnosed with a progressive degenerative neuromuscular disorder. Everything I do takes technology. But my disease is getting worse, so I'm having more problems working with it.
TELUS Tech for Good is providing access to so many people across Canada with disabilities.
Hi! Listen. The tech specialist taught me voice control and assistive touch. It was life-changing.
Tech for Good is giving me back parts of my life. It's a way for me to see the rest of the world again.
All right, so access to all of these programs, once again, is available on the March of Dimes website, or you are welcome to come and see us at the table during the day today to take some written information with you, and at any time you can reach out to me. I am relatively local to the area. As mentioned, I live out in Cape Breton, but I'm always a phone call or an email away. So I'm happy to assist you by getting in touch with someone in the program that you're interested in. Simply pick up one of my business cards before you leave. Any questions, anyone? Yes? Mm-hmm. Right. I'm not an assistive technology specialist myself, but I would absolutely recommend registering with the Tech for Good program. We have 3 assistive technology specialists who will work one-on-one with you and your husband to try and identify an appropriate program that will work. But yes, we do have many people who have language speaking difficulties and have, don't speak perfectly clearly, that they're able to find software that will assist for sure. Yeah. All right. Mm-hmm. Yes. Right. No. No. Yep. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions? No? All right. Thank you again for your time, everybody, and please enjoy the rest of the program and the day.
questions with Alexa. You can do that with your smartphone or what have you. So just a brief introduction before Alexa gets started. Alexa developed a love for music at a young age and continuously looked for ways to incorporate it into her future career. Masters of Counseling Psychology at Yorkville University. At the end of this degree, she plans to join the College of Registered Psychotherapists of Ontario as a registered psychotherapist. This will allow her to provide a deeper exploration and broader services to the Kingston, Ontario, and Find Your Voice music therapy virtual community. Alexa is team clinical lead and currently facilitating a 2S LGBTQIA+ voice therapy sessions for non-binary and trans folks through our Transformative Voices programming. So welcome, Alexa, sorry.
No worries. Hi, everyone. It's nice to meet you all and to chat with you today about music therapy and how it can help with ABI and stroke. So just quickly, if you do have questions, I'm going to try and leave some time at the end
Alexa,
for
you're
you
on
to
mute.
ask them. Oh, am I still muted? I thought I unmuted. Can you hear me now?
No, we can't hear you. Sorry, folks, bear with us.
Can you hear me now? Is it coming through?
Okay, I think we're back in business here. We worked out the kinks. So I'm going to welcome Alexa again, Alexa Monroe Choquette, talking about holistic rehabilitation through music.
Wonderful. Good morning, everyone. You can hear me? Perfect. So it's nice to meet you all and to chat with you today about music.
Okay, I think we're back in business here. We worked out the kinks. So I'm going to welcome Alexa.
So I'm going to be chatting with you today about how music can help with acquired brain injury and stroke. Music is the study and practice of how, like music therapy is the study and practice of how music affects people.
It's nice to meet you all.
So individuals are not required to have music ability to engage in these types of sessions, but instead the process of being affected by and responding to music to address our client-specific goals. Music really tries to promote intentional and purposeful musical methods in a group or individual setting to help promote, maintain, and restore physical, emotional, cognitive, social, and spiritual health. So some of these goals could include, first, specifically with physical goals, improving fine and gross motor skills, improving mobility and coordination of movement. We might try to enhance or increase relaxation and release the tension in the body. It can also be a really great way to provide a means of distraction, especially for temporary relief of pain and discomfort. So we also have social goals, and this is usually to build, a community in which you feel connected, supported, as well as to increase awareness of the environment around you and others. It enhances our social and emotional skills, especially when we potentially have been isolated over time due to our injuries. Increase attention and focus through the structure in music as well. Emotional goals are to increase confidence and self-esteem, reduce our agitation, aggression, stress, anxiety, and depression, and to increase empowerment and control. A lot of times when we're injured, we lose a lot of that autonomy that we would normally have and that we expect to have. And so this helps to bring back that autonomy into a person's life through these different ways of interacting with music. For spiritual goals, we're trying to enhance faith and spirituality. We're trying to promote creative and self-expression when verbal and mental abilities may be deteriorating or might just not be up to what they were before the injury. To provide support, acknowledgement, and validation of an individual's beliefs, values, thoughts, and ideas. And for cognitive goals, we're looking to stimulate multiple brain areas and neural pathways. This can also trigger release of hormones like serotonin, oxytocin, and dopamine. We want to enhance recall and language skills, and we want to enhance visual perception and sensory processing. So when we use music therapy to help with ABI and stroke, we use a lot of different methods. So this can include composing music and songwriting, playing musical instruments to improve movement, singing to improve speech and language, using rhythm as an aid for movement, and we use listening to music, which can help improve mood and mental state. So when stroke and ABI are involved, we do try to welcome individuals into our space, and our aim is to design the music therapy program specific to their health and wellness needs. So that might be group or individual. And so if we're in a group, we try to come up with group goals that are effective for each individual that's engaging, as well as specific goals to each individual. Some of the other ways that we could introduce music therapy into the process is in working with other therapeutic modalities. So maybe we would partner up with someone in physio to use music for rhythm to help build up strength and muscle to do more movements such as gait stimulation, as well as with speech therapists when we want to work on increasing speech abilities or working on language abilities. So I wanted to see if there were any questions so far. So if you have any questions, please use the live chat now to add anything in. While I wait for a question to come in, I would like to mention that there is a really great handout from the American Music Therapy Association discussing music therapy with ABI that has linked research to it as well. But there's also a lot of current research as well that may be of interest to folks. And I'm happy to discuss at least 2 studies that are more current as well. So I was just given a heads up that it takes a little bit of time for the questions to come through. And yes, I can post, I can send the links to the folks that have organized and they can post them online. I will also I'll send our website link as well and my email in case anyone would like to get in communication with us. Okay, so that's actually very common where suddenly memories of past music are no longer kind of associated in our brains. And so even in some cases, some people can find that previous music that they used to love before their injury can cause, it sounds like noise to them now. It doesn't have the same neural connection. So sometimes it's about reintroducing these elements back into your life. So potentially taking music therapy as like a music lesson in some ways, or introducing yourself to another instrument that with a similar style, but is a different instrument. So it's associated differently within your neural pathways. Might be an advantageous kind of way to look at it. Okay, so is there any kind of adaptive instruments in Canada? There are some. They've been creating all these new adaptive instruments to help, especially with folks that, have lost certain abilities. There's a few instruments that come to mind. I'm trying to remember each name off the top of my head, but I believe there's probably a few that I'll see if I can find the link that I saw previously and add that to the list as well. But for adaptive instruments, there's a lot of different ways we can apply those. It's wonderful you found one used with the foot for strumming. I think, there's different ways that we can apply this kind of stuff. For example, there is one instrument that requires very little movement as well as pressure to make sound. And so it's sort of like the idea of a theremin. But it's more related to strings. So I'll see if I can find the name of that and post that as well. So I know there's a lot of information out there. It's just hard to find it all right away. If you all have questions or you're looking for suggestions, please contact the Find Your Voice Music Therapy team. We have a lot of information on hand and we're happy to support where needed in finding the services you're looking for. especially when it comes to using music to help with ABI and stroke. Yes, it can definitely be intimidating to start any kind of musical activity. This is why music therapy is so wonderful. We have no expectations for you to have any previous skill learned in music. You know, it's always intimidating to start something new, especially when you're not sure about how you would be able to incorporate your physicality into it. But we do try to meet you where you're at, and we try to help you develop those skills in a way that feels productive, helps build your confidence. Yes, so music therapy being integrated into telerehab. I actually do have my work online with a lot of folks, but we do also have groups that have been done online as well, specifically with ABI and stroke. I definitely recommend in person when possible. But for telehealth, it is really it is also a very good possibility, especially if it's really tough to be able to get to a place in person for sessions. You know, it may just require having certain equipment and items on hand for yourself, just to make it a little bit easier to integrate. Maybe you might need a little bit of assistance from someone else in your home, just to get set up. But otherwise, yeah, no, it's very possible to use telerehab when it comes to music therapy. Yes, we have seen gait restoration using music and its effectiveness over the years. There is actually, I believe, a specific study that looked into this, and it was music therapy for acquired brain injury. I believe one of the authors was Joke Bratt. And so they used, what was it they used? They used a specific auditory stimulation, rhythmic auditory stimulation to help with gait parameters in stroke patients. And there was, based on the two studies that they had pulled, there was a lot of improvement in the gait of the individuals that had that. So I believe, you know, there's so many ways we can include that. I've also seen a lot of results using music therapy, especially for speech. So if you're having trouble with speech, there's a little bit of slurring, music can help a lot with that. Yes, prearranged music can really help with anxiety. It can be scary to see how much our abilities have changed. I don't say we've lost ability, I say we've changed abilities. So it is a type of loss to lose what we're used to. And that can also mentally affect us. And so it's important for us to try and engage maybe in a different way than we used to, so that we can start to build back up that confidence to engage maybe in a different way. I think if you do want to start, you know, maybe you start off gently and start to increase your participation. You know, some folks, when they start off in a group, they're less physically participating and more listening, starting to get adjusted. And then they build up to where they have that confidence to engage more physically within the sessions. So playing instruments, singing, vocalizing, all that stuff. So take your time integrating, and, you know, you can talk with the music therapist separately about your concerns. And, you know, they'll help you in that session to like get to the point where you feel comfortable to do that. And no one's going to push you to do anything you don't want to do. This is about autonomy. It's your choice, your way of integrating, and we're just there to support you. Yes, it is scary to take that leap on our own. So if you do want to join like a Bayans music therapy group, like please reach out to us or Bayans, and we'll set up a time to have a chat with you about the process and kind of how that might look. and perhaps maybe individual would be preferred to start so that you can build up that confidence to be in a group setting. Every individual is different for what they're comfortable with. Group can be very intimidating because there's a lot of folks there. Individual can be less intimidating because you're getting that individualized attention and focusing specifically on you in a setting where you're not sharing that with others completely. So we can definitely have that conversation if you'd like to. Please contact us. All right, we probably have time for 2 more questions if there's any. Just for anyone that is able to write down my email, just as a heads up, while we wait to see if there's any other questions that remain. My email at Find Your Voice Music Therapy is Alexa, Alexa, at findyourvoicemusictherapy.com. So you can email me if you'd like to chat about more about music therapy. You can also visit the findyourvoicemusictherapy.com website to get more information about our work. And please reach out to Byans if you're looking to engage in some ABI and stroke groups as well, or if you know someone who may be interested. All right, I'm not seeing any more questions popping in right now. So I will just kind of go into a little bit of our last kind of how we do the programming a little bit. So music is beneficial with rehabilitation, as we've sort of discussed with our questions. You know, it's used only by certified music therapists. In some cases, you might have an intern, but they're consistently observed by a certified music therapist. And, a certified music therapist can utilize melody and rhythm for language recovery by enhancing brain function and structure. Physical rehabilitation can be addressed through music and rhythm, such as, the rhythmic gait, as well as enhancing mobility, balance, and coordination of movement. In addition, due to emotional components in music therapy, an individual's feelings and moods can be enhanced through music and connectivity with our socialization within these groups. It builds our community more. This can especially be meaningful when you're engaging with others who are experiencing similar elements of that sadness, anxiety, stress, and loss or grief, to move through those emotions and increase positivity. We really do try to focus on the emotional, physical, or speech rehabilitation health and wellness goals, especially in these group programs with Byans. And each individual program will be personalized to meet the specific needs of those group members, like I mentioned. So if you have any other questions, please feel free to reach out at any point with myself, our company, with Byans. And we really look forward to continuing our work and supporting the community.
Well, hello. I'll introduce myself while we're getting the slides together. But my name's Andrea, and I'm a dietitian working with the community health teams. I also have with me here Jalen and Marwa, if you want to share what you do at the community health team.
Morning, everyone. My name is Jalen. I am a social worker by background, but in the community health teams, I am the mental health and wellness coordinator for the IWK in partnership with the community health teams.
Good morning. My name is Marwa. I am a social worker in my background and an occupational therapist, both. And I work as a wellness navigator with the community health teams, and I'm so happy to be here today. Thank you.
Great. Yes, thank you for having us. So we're here to talk about where we work, the community health teams, and we're a part of Nova Scotia Health, and we are located here in the greater Halifax area. Oops. So this is our community health team. We have about 30 people on staff, and we cover the service area of the greater Halifax area. So we come from a variety of different healthcare backgrounds. We have dietitians and physiotherapists that teach our healthy eating and physical activity programs. And then we have our wellness navigators who also teach our mental wellness programming. And they can come from a variety of backgrounds with experience in mental wellness. So nurses, occupational therapists, recreation therapists, and social workers. And then we have our admins who take care of each of our 4 sites that we have throughout the Halifax area. So we have 4 teams. We have a team on the peninsula located on Yonge Street, and we have a team in the Dartmouth area, a team in Bedford, and a team in Spryfield. So between that, we cover all of the surrounding communities of the greater Halifax area. So the main thing we do is we teach health and wellness programs in the community, and we help people to navigate services. And we've been around for a while. The first community health team was created back in 2010. So we're getting close to our 15-year mark of the community health teams. We've expanded our services over the years, but I want to take us back to 2010 when we were first created. So we were created through community engagements with people who are interested in health and also other stakeholders and service providers and partners. And through these community conversations, we learned that people are interested to have health resources and services outside of the hospital, in their communities where people live, in accessible locations. We also learned that there are a lot of services and resources here in the Halifax area, but it's hard to know what service or resources is right for individuals. So we help people to navigate these resources as well. So find the right service that can help you to meet your needs. It's also really important that our services are free and accessible to everyone. So we try to spread out where we teach our programs in community locations to different sites that people are comfortable going to. So public libraries are one of our favorite spots to teach programs. We also teach at different rec centers, community centers, really anywhere we can get free and accessible space that's easily accessible on a bus route. For our wellness navigation service, same thing. We want to be as accessible as possible. So we can meet people at our Nova Scotia Health office. We could meet people at a public place like a library, a coffee shop, really anywhere where someone is comfortable. We also can reach people by phone or by Zoom. And with the pandemic, we started teaching some of our wellness programs on Zoom as well. And those programs are open to people all across the province. So again, increasing our accessibility to everyone. There we go. So I wanted to tell you a little bit more about the different programs that we teach at the community health team. We kind of have about 4 or 5 main service areas. So we teach classes about healthy eating, physical activity, mental wellness, also reducing risk factors, and parenting. So those are our main wellness areas, and we have a variety of different programs on these topics. For our programs and services, we have a few guiding principles. So I mentioned it's really important that everything we do is free. All of our programs are free, and whenever we partner with people, the events are free. It's also important that we're accessible. So that's both physical accessibility, locations throughout the community, but this also means offering our programs and services at a variety of different times and days. We teach some evening programs. We really try to accommodate people so that we can reach all people. It's also great that our services are self-referral. So we are part of Nova Scotia Health, and you might think you need a referral from a doctor or nurse practitioner, but all of our programs and services are self-referral, meaning you can sign up yourself. And because we are Nova Scotia Health, we do usually encourage you to sign up with your health card, using your Nova Scotia Health card. But if you ever have issue with that, you can give us a call, and we can see how we can work around that. We also are not disease specific, so meaning we're about wellness. So we teach about how to improve our blood sugar, maybe improve different risk factors like cholesterol and blood pressure, but we're not a diabetes center, and we're not a heart disease specific program. So it's about overall wellness. This is our Community Health Team Wellness program flyer. Some of you may have seen this before. It comes out 2 times a year. Jaylen's showing it here. And this lists all of our free programs over 6 months. So we use this as our tool to promote our services. You can also find this online on our website, communityhealthteams.ca. And it has all of our programs, as I mentioned, in the different community locations at different times, different days of the week that you can register for. So just to give a few examples, with our Reducing Risk Factors program, we would teach programs like how to build better sleep, our pre-diabetes program, and our Your Heart Matters program to learn about blood sugar and heart disease risk factors. Then we have healthy eating programs, and we have topics like food and mood, so foods that we can eat to help our mood and how our mood affects our food choices. We also have a program called How to Make the Most of Your Food Dollar. So how can we use our food budget and still make healthy choices? Then we have programs about physical activity. So some are teaching us what are some activities we can do on our own for strengthening or cardio. And then some programs are exercise programs where you meet 2 times a week and you exercise in a safe environment with 2 physiotherapists. So our balance program and our low intensity exercise program would fit into that category. And then we also have mental wellness. So for mental wellness, we have classes about stress, self-compassion, discovering your strengths. And our parenting programs are in partnership with the IWK. And we teach about, a common one would be how to, My Child is Anxious, and our Incredible Years program. So lots of different topics to choose from, and we're always interested to hear what would community members like to learn about in the future. So at all of our programs, we always ask our community members if they could tell us, what are ideas, what else would you like to learn about? So we're constantly updating our programs and adding new programs to our schedule, because it's really important that we're offering what people want. So that constant kind of engagement of our community is really, really important to us. So that wellness program is one part of what we do, and the other big part of what we do is our wellness navigation. So Marwa is going to tell us a little bit more about what our wellness navigation service is.
Andrea did an amazing job, so some of the information I'll be sharing might be a little bit repetitive. My apologies if it's the case. So as Andrea mentioned before, our team of licensed health professionals that include social workers, occupational therapists, recreational therapists, and registered nurses operates as wellness navigators that offer comprehensive care across all age groups. What sets us apart is our unique approach. We bring together support for multiple generations within a single family unit, which helps in eliminating the need for families to navigate various locations for each member's needs. Also, our wellness navigation system is designed for accessibility, as Andrea mentioned, and the good thing that we don't have a long wait list. We usually get back to individuals within 3 to 5 business days, and it's our services are a short-term support system, and as mentioned before, available to all individuals of all ages. And Jalen, who works also with the IWK, is focusing on parenting and children and youth. She will talk more about this. So our primary focus as wellness navigators is to facilitate behavioral changes and empowering individuals to manage their overall well-being. Through close collaboration with our clients, we address spectrum of challenges, which cover stress, health, finances, housing, mental well-being, and we tailor supports to meet individuals' needs. It's important to clarify that while we actively promote behavioral change, our services don't involve traditional therapy or counseling. However, we do facilitate referrals to ensure individuals get the support they need, and we offer a follow-up to check in with individuals. And we, in our holistic approach, prioritize listening and meeting individuals where they are, foregoing formal assessments. Our services that include providing resources, education, and advocacy, just like the free wellness programs are all free. And accessing our services is straightforward and flexible. We offer phone consultations, online Zoom meetings, or in-person appointments based on the individual preferences. And all that is required is the Nova Scotia Health Card. And the referral process is broad. It allows self-referrals, referrals from various resources, such as self-referrals, family members, community organizations, family physicians, and health professionals. And each site of the 4 offices of community health teams, we do have 2 wellness navigators. Yeah, and that's all what I have for today. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Marwa. So as Marwa mentioned, with our wellness navigation, we do have 4 different teams, and on our teams we try to be the experts in our communities. So another big part of the work that we do with the community health teams is our community partnerships. So we always try to partner with local community organizations so we can stay up to date and know what resources are out there. So that's a really big part of what we do as well, is trying to stay connected with people, share our information to help get the word out, and also learn more about other services that are available. So some ideas of what kind of things maybe we might navigate people about are on the slide here. So maybe different legal issues that people have, food, so that could be food access, how to access food in your community. It could also be things like nutrition issues. So do you have diabetes and you're not sure where to get diabetes education? Maybe your provider told you, talk to a dietitian, but you're not sure how to do that. We also would do things like recreation. So if you're looking for ways to spend time, you're looking for more leisure opportunities, that's something we could connect you with. Or ways to feel socially connected. So are there different community groups, community lunches, different seniors programs that can help you feel more connected to your community? And then, of course, mental wellness is important, one of our main pillars. And we might connect you with the resources we have or our Nova Scotia Health Mental Health and Addictions program, if that's something that someone needs. And then we also would try to help with housing. I know housing is a huge issue here in Nova Scotia, but some people, maybe someone who's new to Nova Scotia, doesn't know what are the existing housing resources that are available. Is there anything that we can help to do from that point of view? Another thing that kind of sets us out and makes us different at the community health team, we do provide health information, but we also help to support people to make behavior change. So behavior change and asking people what they're really ready to work on, and goal setting is a really important part of the work we do. So we do our behavior change goal setting in all of our wellness programs and also in our navigation appointments. Often when people come to us, they have lots of different concerns and it's really hard to know where to start. So we really help to work with people to prioritize and maybe work out on one thing at a time. So that's something that is a little bit unique about our service. And also, as Marwa mentioned, kind of the time that we have. There's not a long wait list to be seen with us. That is also a unique area of Nova Scotia Health. As we know, there's a lot of long wait lists for different services. We always say we're the right door. So if you're not sure if we can help you, we always do our best to help everyone who comes to our door. So if we're not the right service, we'll help you to find that right service. So whether it's yourself or clients or family members, we always say we're the right people to call. So please refer and come call us and talk to us at any time. For those of you who are located outside of the Halifax area, there's a website called healthyns.ca, and this is our provincial Nova Scotia Health Wellness team. And they teach virtual programs throughout the province, so anyone in the province can join those Zoom programs with the same topics that we teach here in Halifax. They also have a virtual health goal coaching service. So you can meet with a health goal coach one-on-one, and they can help you to prioritize your goals and someone to support you and check in with. We also offer this health goal coaching service here in Halifax in person, but there's a virtual option as well. So just before we move on, I was just wondering if anyone had any questions? Questions or comments? Yes? Yes. That's a great question. So at Nova Scotia Health, we all have health records. So when we go to an appointment, at the hospital, or we get our blood work done, it always goes on our health card that we've registered for that appointment. So same with our services. So it just goes on your health record, and it would say, if you attended a program, it would say you attended a healthy eating program on this date with the community health team. And for our navigation, we do write notes, much like if you, saw a physiotherapist at the hospital. They would write a note about your visit to say, this is what you talked about, this is what you did. We would do the same for our navigation, that you came in and we'd write a note about what we talked about, what your goal was. So anyone in your circle of care, we call it, would have access to that. So not just any health employee can look it up, but in the future, if you're at another service, they can look at your health record. Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Yes. So that's a good question. Usually our primary healthcare providers, like doctors and nurse practitioners, they're not on our Nova Scotia health system. However, when you meet with us, if you tell us you'd like a letter sent to your doctor, we do that. That's a common part of our practice. In the future, the goal is in this province to have one record that all healthcare providers have access to, but we're not quite there yet. But if you're meeting with us, I would suggest, usually we'll ask you, but you could suggest you would like a letter sent to your doctor. So that's a great question. I know. But you know what? It's our privacy and our security. We're always hearing about, breaches. So that's what makes it really, really challenging. If there's one person that's holding all this information, we have to make sure it's really, really secure. So that definitely slows us down. That also makes me think, so as partners, those of you who work for other organizations, we also do navigation with partners, other community providers. And in that case, we don't necessarily need someone's health card. We're helping you to help your client. So that's a way that you can also access our services. If you yourself just want to get a list of resources, because it can be hard for our clients to have to, start from scratch and tell their story over and over again to different providers. So sometimes we just help to give you resources that you can share with your client who already has a relationship with you. Yes. So we have a little booth behind this curtain here. So come talk to us. We have a bright green tablecloth and a bright green sign. We have lots of our program flyers. So please come talk to us. That would be great. Any other questions? Yes, and you can get it online at communityhealthteams.ca. There was a new app that Nova Scotia Health released a few weeks ago for any of you who've seen that. It's like My Health NS app. That's another way that you can link to our services. So we could tell you about that if you come talk to us at the booth. So if that's it for questions, we have a little bit more time with you, and we just wanted to do an activity. So something that we do in our programming, it's called the Stop Practice, and Mar was going to lead that.
Okay, so this is one of the techniques we use in our mental wellness programs, which is called STOP. It should be with 2 Ps. So what is the STOP practice and how does it work? So often we are operating on autopilot, going through the motions, but we're not aware of our thoughts and emotions. One practice that can be helpful to increase our awareness of how we practice, that can be helpful to increase our awareness of how we're feeling or what we're thinking, is called the stop practice. With practice, you can use the stop practice in moments when you're feeling overwhelmed and on autopilot. It's a very useful tool for taking a brief pause, even for a moment, to help shift our out of our emotional brain and into our thinking brain, which can help us to gain perspective to choose to respond in a helpful way. The 5 steps can take as little as few seconds to a few minutes to complete, and here is how it works. I'll invite you to participate with me. So try to stop what you're doing and give yourself a moment to come to rest. You can close your eyes if you feel comfortable, and pause and check in with yourself. Take a breath. Notice your breathing for a second. Focus on your breath as you inhale and exhale. Notice the sensation of being here and now. And then observe. Ask yourself, how am I feeling in this moment? Observe your thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations. Maybe it's an opportunity to think about your stress symptoms. Expand your awareness to take in the circumstances, and notice how you can be in a situation without being ruled by it. And for added support, offer self-compassion as you release tension and stressful thoughts. And the P's are plan and proceed. Consider how you would like to respond by asking yourself, what do I need to do in this moment? What would be a helpful response to this situation? Try to narrow your focus and take it one small step at a time. You can open your eyes for those who closed it. Yeah, and this is one of the techniques we use to ground our emotions and our stress. And when we use it in our programs, we do provide handouts and we do more discussion around the activity. So, yeah, hope that was helpful. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Marwa. So if you have any more questions and you'd like to come up to our booth, we encourage you to come say hi. This is our contact information I just thought I would share before we wrap up here. I mentioned we have 4 different offices throughout the city. So when you call us, you'll have an automated voice that will tell you to pick one of the 4 sites. Just pick any one if you're not quite sure what community is for you. We'll always help you to get connected with the right people. We also have an email address if you prefer to connect with us via email. It's CHT, which stands for Community Health Team, at nshealth.ca. We also have our website there, communityhealthteams.ca, and we're on social media. We have a Twitter page, a Facebook page, and we also now have an Instagram page. Our Instagram handle is @communityhealthteam. So thank you so much for your time. If there's any more questions, oh, yeah, sure. Okay. Absolutely. Yeah, so you can attend any program you wish, and if you live outside of Halifax but you happen to be in the area visiting, you're welcome to attend any of our programs. We encourage you to register ahead of time so we know how many people are going to show up, but even often when we teach in libraries, people just kind of pop in if they hear we're here, so everyone's always welcome. Our group programs are for 18 plus, but they are for adults. That would be the only catch. Great. Thank you so much for your time. Great.
All right, so we're just going to have a little break now. We are going to have a little nutrition break. We're going to open up our community booth so you can go and check out the teams we have, say hello, take your time. Again, accessible washrooms are to my right, and if you're just looking out to go into the main area, there's a ramp right up the left here, and there's some more washrooms out there. So take this time, stretch those legs, and we'll see you back here at 11:15.
Okay, if everybody wants to make their way to their seats, that would be great. We're going to get started here shortly. Okay, welcome back. We're really excited. The next session we have planned here is actually a panel discussion. So we have Melanie Hallett, Steve McDougall, Eileen Noss, and Jeff Turner, as well as Chloe Luckett. And we're going to be talking about social prescribing, creative solutions for gaps in care. So everybody welcome the panel for today.
All right. Well, I feel like Marley kind of said what I was going to say as an intro. Thank you very much for showing up, for making the time and space. Glad to be here with a bunch of folks. We have kind of a mix of both survivors and caregivers for survivors of brain injuries, concussion and stroke, kind of a mixed bag of things. And like Marley said, everyone here, I'm sure, has an experience in this of kind of post-injury, suddenly you realize, oh, there's a big gap going on. There's a lot that we don't know about what we're supposed to do next. And so that's what these folks are going to talk about. The creative solutions that they've found on the journey through their management of recovery and kind of getting where they want to be and doing the things that they want to do. Who would like to start it off? I won't call on you, Melanie. Steve? Just started off. Great. And you have to talk quite close to the mic.
Okay. Hello, my name is Steve McDougall. I had a stroke pretty much exactly 2 years ago, so a 2-year anniversary, November 6th it was. I forget what today is, but so November 6th, 21, I got back from a business trip. I went for a spin bike ride early on a Saturday morning, which was pretty normal for me. I went to get a shower afterwards. I wasn't feeling too well. I was almost feeling like I was going to be sick, but still feeling, okay. And all of a sudden, my right side collapsed on me. I fell to the ground. My left side was trying to keep me up, but it quickly lost energy and control from the rest of my body, and I can remember saying to my wife, "Oh boy, I didn't say oh boy, but it was other words. I said, I'm having a stroke." I said, I'm having a stroke. And from there, and the realization that I was having a stroke started what is now a two-year pilgrimage through recovery, which continues today. You know, I went to the hospital. I got zoomed into emergency. I basically lost consciousness, lost control of my body for about a week. I then started to remember what I went through, and spent about a month in emergency, not an emergency, in the hospital, in 2 months in recovery at the hospital. So I'm going to focus on what I found in my journey that helped me recover, and what I learned along the way. I would break my recovery into kind of the time I spent in the hospital, through to kind of the first 12 months recovering from the stroke, and then the second 12 months. So let me just break it down there. The folks at the hospital were wonderful. Just a second. They were wonderful, and they helped me regain a lot of my basic movement and basic physical activities, but there's a big mental piece here too of understanding what has just happened, and what impact that's going to have on you and on your family in the short term and the long term. The second part was after leaving the hospital and trying to look at ongoing care through Health Nova Scotia, and the transition from Health Nova Scotia to whatever the private care was going to be. And by this point, I hadn't really figured that out. And then the third piece is I found there was a distinction between the first year, which was just getting my feet back under me and understanding what happened and what I'm going to do from there. The second year then was actively pursuing recovery. For me, it was through private organizations, which I'll touch on in a minute. How much time do I have in it? Yeah, I'm good. So I transitioned as an outpatient in Health Nova Scotia, and I held on to their skirt for as long as I could, because they were good at what they did, and they helped me recover in a big way and get ready for going back into that big bad old world out there. So the 3 months in the hospital and then the 9 months that made up my first year was really, you know, I felt there was no need to try and go to some fancy recovery stuff or take some voodoo magic that was going to make me better, because I was really still in the basic recovery of learning how to get my body to react and my emotions to react, and you know, start getting back to close to a normal life. And so that was more or less supported by Nova Scotia Health as an inpatient, then an outpatient, and then start trying a few different options from the private sector. I didn't have any secondary health insurance, so it was all it was all my cost, which wasn't an issue. Don't get me wrong, but you know, the planning of my life didn't include having a stroke, and I didn't expect to have to look after that. The second year was a few different things. I looked at I looked at and secured and tried some support in the Nova Scotia area, which was good, but I wanted to make sure I was giving myself the best chance of success that I could. I tried some private care in Vancouver, which proved to be very good. I secured that help through a good friend who said, why don't you give these guys a call? I know of them professionally, and they've got a great reputation. So I turned to them and started to realize that Nova Scotia doesn't have the extent of care that some of the other provinces do. So I went out to Vancouver after speaking to them on the phone for a while. I went out there with the plan to spend a week with them. I ended up spending 2 weeks with them. Did some intense physiotherapy and started to set some goals. And when I left their care, their office, after 2 weeks, I had a game plan to then follow up with Zoom-based interaction and with their help, do my own support to continue the treatment. So that ended up being, I think, 3 times a week physiotherapy over Zoom, down to 2, down to 1. And then started realizing, there's some commonality. I was starting to understand this physiotherapy, get a set of exercises to do, and when they get easy, get another set of exercises to do. That quite honestly, I found that there isn't much mystique in it. It's like that. You get the help of a professional, you figure out what you got to do, you do it till it gets easy, and then you figure out some new exercises to do. And I've followed that philosophy through to today, and will for the coming years, I would say. I also got some support in a few different places in Houston just to see what was going on. Didn't get a sense that there was a lot extra to offer there, but I did then get some support in Orlando, Florida, on a lady that I met on YouTube who has a ton of videos and expertise in stroke recovery and learning how to walk, learning how to run, learning how to stand up. I'm saying in the wrong order. Basically, learn how to stand up, learn how to walk, learn how to run. And I'm in the middle of kind of some of that now, a mix between support from Orlando and my own, standing up, taking ownership of my recovery, setting the path, knowing when I got to change it up, when things are getting too easy, and also staying at it with enthusiasm. That started from the first time I opened my eyes after the stroke, through to today. Through to today, I still maintain that enthusiasm level for getting better, and you can't lose that enthusiasm because you can keep getting better, and you should never give up, because there's always more juice in the jar. There's always more in there that you can get out of your body, and you'll find that that if you keep going for it, the result will always be there. So it will diminish. Don't get me wrong. For me, it diminished, but I was ready for that. I knew it was going to get less, but it's still there, and it's still there till this day. And keep fighting, I guess, is my big message, and stay enthusiastic and stay happy. That's all I have. I didn't mention the name of any of the places that I've used. But if you're interested in finding out anything more specific, I'm more than happy to share with you what I've done.
Thank you very much, Steve. Wow, that's powerful. It really resonated with me, you talking about there's always more juice in the jar. And you know, when things start to get easy, that's not when you stop. You keep going. It gets a little harder. I think it can be easy coming from the place as a survivor myself. I think it can be easy to, you become complacent. You start to fall into the role of playing patient long after you probably don't need to anymore, because that's what you know, and you're looking for things to get easier, so why make it harder? Yeah, but I really commend you. I feel like that's great advice. Thank you. All right, why don't we change it up? We have another survivor and we have 2 caregivers. So just in honor of kind of changing it up, I'm gonna skip over you, Jeff. We'll come back to you. And please welcome Eileen. Are you comfortable going next? Fabulous. Please welcome Eileen. And you have to speak
Kind of close to the mic like this. I feel like I should sing, but you don't want that to happen. Nice, eh? I will sign autographs later if you want the picture. Hi, my name is Eileen Noss. My husband Charles had a stroke 12 years ago now. I have notes because I don't remember things like I used to. It was in September 2012, so yeah, almost 12 years ago. Before that, we were an interesting couple because I was very independent and he was very independent. I worked for the Red Cross at that time, so I was traveling across Atlantic Canada, and he was and is a chartered accountant, and he had his own firm, and he was working with that. On that morning, he was going on a golf tournament, and he came back in. I thought, that's weird. Why is he home? I had plans. But he walked through the door, and he said, I'm having a stroke. And for the first time in 40 years, the man was right. Okay. Luckily, we had, working for Red Cross, I had forced him to take a first aid course. So he was pretty quick to recognize what was happening to him. Unfortunately, what we did not know when he went to the hospital was that he had had a TIA 2 days before, which is, most people call it a mini stroke. So because he had that, he wasn't able to take the, I call it the Roto-Rooter drug. I know that's not what it's called, but the drug that they can give you that will lessen and break up the clot faster. So he wasn't able to have that because he didn't complain about anything, and that's the way it was. We used to love to travel. We used to loved cruising. We haven't figured out how to do that yet, but I would love to be able to figure it out. He loved swimming, and he loved playing guitar, and he loved work. So he was in the hospital. It was tough. He was 3 months in the VG, and then 4 months in rehab. Okay, I tell people that during that time, I had 2 men in my life, Ben and Jerry. And it was, yeah, I did not take care of myself, and I still don't take care of myself, and I still love Ben and Jerry ice cream. When I can remember driving home after the first couple of days, because Charles had a brain stem stroke, which has a 5% survival rate. And it's amazing where your mind goes, because I can remember pulling into the garage and looking at his car and saying, oh my God, we're gonna have to sell his car. And my daughter looked at me like I was nuts, but for some reason at that moment in time, that was really important to me. Now I look back on it and go, oh my God, if you only had known what was going to come. Okay, when he was in the hospital is not the real world. The hospital was really, really good, but it did nothing to prepare me for what was going to happen to me. okay? And I was terrified. He was allowed weekend passes. I was terrified. I had no idea what I was going to do with this man when he came home on the weekend. But luckily, I knew some resources were out there. Because I had worked for the Red Cross, I knew they had a hospital bed loan program. Do you know they have that? Pardon me? Hospital bed loan program. So that if you know somebody who's coming home and requires a hospital bed, you can contact the Red Cross. They do have other resources as well, but I do know they have that one. And luckily, like I say, I worked for them, so I knew, so we were able to have all that ready. And I had people who were helping me rearrange the house, because you don't realize what has to happen to your house until somebody's coming home and you're going, oh my God, he can't get through the door, or I can't lift him onto the toilet or whatever. So it's people, you know, there's things that you have to learn really fast. Okay. Continuing care at that time had something called, I think it's called Home First. Has anybody else heard of that? It was, they provided caregiver for 3 months, first 3 months he was home. So to help us to adjust to it, and that was absolutely fabulous. That was such a big help for me, because I was still working at that time. I'm still working. And this individual was taking care of him, and she would be teaching me what I was supposed to do when she wasn't there. Okay, but only for a few months. And then at the end of that, then you have to try to find a paid caregiver. And I don't know if anybody has gone through that experience in this room or not. It is horrible. There is no other way to, you know, all of a sudden you're hiring people for the person that you love maybe most in the world, and you're going to be leaving them there, and you have no experience. You have no idea what to look for. Luckily, we were able to find a family friend who knew a friend who was fabulous, and she was wonderful. The other thing that I'll mention here is Caregivers Nova Scotia also has, they're up there, they have their caregivers handbook, and that also helps in the hiring process of a caregiver, which was really helpful. Okay. The things that you don't think about, how it's going to affect your relationship as a couple. Okay, because all of a sudden, the relationship has changed. You know, you're a caregiver. It just breaks, it's still love, but it's still husband and wife. I don't know exactly what I'm trying to say, but the dynamic has changed. Okay, this was the person more than likely who was a partner and was helping you do anything, and Charles was a chartered accountant, so I knew nothing about accounting. It was like, oh dear God, you know, where were the bank accounts, that type of stuff. That would be advice that I would give to everybody, whether it's the husband or the wife or the partner, whoever it is. Know what's going on in your life, know your finances, because I was totally lost. Luckily, I have a son who is a financial geek, and he was able to take over and help me, but no idea what to do. So make sure you know that. The other thing that I noticed when we were in the hospital is he was going into neurointensive care, and I don't know if anybody has been through neurointensive care. It is one of the most depressing places in the world, because a lot of times it's young people who were in some type of motor vehicle accident and they have a traumatic brain injury. And things like power of attorney, all of those things that we just make assumptions for. So once again, I was lucky. Charles's best friend was a lawyer, and we got that all taken care of. But all of this is coming at a time where you just want to curl up in a ball and cry. So you have to find somebody that's going to hold you up. And I was lucky. We had a great family for that. It's been 12 years, and I still feel grief. There are times that I look and I say, okay, how am I going to get out of bed this morning? We have a grandson, and that has shifted a lot of our focus. And it's okay, but Charles's goal now is, as you can see, he's in a chair, is he wants to get his right arm moving so that he can hug his grandson. And those are the things that still tug at your heartstrings. The other place that I went and I got some resources from was from the March of Dimes website. And Brain Injury Nova Scotia have also provided lots of information. The one thing that I did discover when I was going through all this was that I wasn't the only person in the world going through this. The resources are out there. No one's going to knock on your door and say, here, Eileen, here they are. Congratulations, this is everything you need to do. You have to be the advocate for yourself and for your loved one. Because if not, nothing will get done, okay? What did I like? Oh, there's also a checklist on the March of Dimes website to how to take, to consider when you become a caregiver, and once again, Caregivers Nova Scotia has that. I looked at it, it's a great checklist, but the one advice I'd give to caregivers, one thing at a time, okay? Don't decide today, okay, I'm going to start eating better, I'm going to start working out, I'm going to sleep more, because that's what the checklist tells me to do. One foot in front of the other, one thing at a time. So you can celebrate your small victories along the way, because there will be small victories and there will be setbacks. And as a caregiver too, we put up this facade that we have to be strong for everybody. We have to be strong for our kids. We have to be strong for our relatives. We have to be strong for everybody. But sometimes it's good not to be strong. It's good to just cry. Find somebody and find somewhere and just have a drink of wine if you're so inclined. Have a bottle of wine if you're so inclined. And then just get on with it. You understand what I'm saying, don't you? Yeah, I can see you nodding your head there. The other thing that I found was one of my pet peeves right now is home care providers, caregivers in Nova Scotia are atrociously paid. And I have been fighting with that tooth and nail because it's one of those things you get what you pay for. All right, and your caregiver, our caregiver, for instance, is there from 7:30 in the morning till 4:30 in the afternoon. Okay, this is this man's full-time job, and the government was paying him $17 an hour. Okay, so because as you can obviously tell, I'm not the type of person just to sit back and say, oh, thank you very much, you know, kick me in the other cheek. I decided that I was going to start advocating and went after MLA, and he went fighting for us, so we managed to get a raise. But you have to do it for yourself because no one's going to knock at the door and say, here's more money. Get knowledgeable about what's out there. There are there are a few organizations that have the information. You just have to go and find it. And the way that I approached everything was that I'm not the only person in the world who's going through this. We live in a world that's connected in various different ways. Go and find help. You know, I can remember an instance, my daughter is diabetic, and she was in the Dominican Republic, and her insulin pump stopped working. She's crying to me, and I'm going like, okay, I'm in Nova Scotia, you're in the Dominican Republic. And then we just talked, and guess what? There are people in the Dominican Republic who are diabetic, so you can probably get the stuff you want. So then, that's the same thing I do with Charles. Okay, for instance, I said Charles loves golf. He went online and he found it, and we had it at the 89. We call it the golf gun. And what it is, it's a golf driver, that has a trigger that releases CO2, maybe? And anyway, it's like a jet, and it shoots it out over the way. So he still plays golf, okay? And he loves the guitar. We searched and we found, I call him the one-man band. You remember the old one-man band when they did this? Well, he strums with his foot. So it's out there. All of us here have little pieces of information, and these organizations are trying to work to get us all together, the caregivers and the survivors, and figure out, okay, let's have the best quality of life that we can have under these circumstances. And I think that's my spiel. Oh, I did say it's okay to cry. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eileen. I know there's a lot of caregivers in the room, but I can't imagine, how much courage it takes to just get up every day and keep doing that. So, my my dad had a surgery a few years ago, and I had to clip his toenails twice. Yeah, I thought it was the worst day of my life. So I can't imagine how beyond and above that you go every day to do that. Not just the clipping the toenails, I mean. Please welcome next Jeff Turner beside me. Take it away, Jeff.
Thank you very much, Chloe. Eileen and Steve, you've both covered a lot, but I'll tell you a little bit about myself. So I'm Jeff Turner from Enfield, Nova Scotia. I suffered a stroke on February 22nd, 2022, so about 21 months ago now. I woke up first thing in the morning like normal, getting ready to go to work, so it was about 6 a.m., and I had a really bad headache, and I found I couldn't quite sit up out of the bed. I ended up rolling to my left side to get down onto the floor, and when I got on the floor, it was almost like a table that only had two legs, and I kind of rolled right over on the ground. Still at that moment, I didn't really realize there was anything severely wrong. Getting up, I had knocked over the bedside table. I tried to reach for a bottle of Advil because I just thought I had a really bad migraine headache. I kept dropping the bottle on the ground. I somehow managed to get myself up the stairs into the kitchen, just trying to go about my normal day. It turned out I had a normal symptom of a right side stroke, which is neglect. So my brain was ignoring everything that was wrong on the left side of my body, and I was just trying to go about my day as normal. I didn't realize that my foot was dragging and I was rolling over on my ankle, or that my face was drooped, or that my left arm really wasn't working very well. I had reached into the cupboard to try and get a coffee mug, dropped it on the floor and broke it. Eventually some loved ones came out and took one look at me and said, "Oh my God, like there's something wrong with you." So they had called 911. I was taken by ambulance from Enfield to the Cobequid in Sackville, where I spent the majority of the day without anybody really telling me what was going on. I had done a CT scan and some ultrasounds on my neck, and then by about 9 o'clock that evening, they were taking me by ambulance into the QE2. So I spent about 2 hours in emergency there, and then a neurologist came in and said, "Yeah, we're moving you up to the neurology department. We're just waiting for a bed." And even then, knowing that there was something wrong, I didn't know what it was. And anyway, he took me upstairs. They did more tests, and in the morning, about 8 doctors came in, stood around my bed, and told me I was having a stroke. That was shocking news to me, and it was even more shocking when the doctor on the left side started speaking, and it scared me. I had to look over because I didn't see her. I didn't know she was there. My brain, again, was just ignoring everything on the left side. So it was jaw-dropping, to say the least, to have experienced that. Like Steve, the people in the hospital were fantastic. I spent the next 10 days at the QE2 on the neurology department. There I did get to meet with some physiotherapists and some occupational therapists, and they managed to get me back on my feet and walking around. I had the sticky socks so that I didn't slip, and was able to do some laps around the neurology department. But a lot of the tests that they were doing were really to determine whether or not I needed to be admitted to the rehab facility as an inpatient, or whether I could be sent home and do outpatient. appointments with the rehab facility. Fortunately, as it turned out, I was able to go home. That was a big thing for my mental health. So after 10 days, I was sent home, and I went into the rehab facility twice a week for 2-hour sessions. And there, I learned a lot about what I needed to do to get back as much of my physical issues that had diminished as I could. Like Steve, I quickly learned that I'm going to have to continue to challenge myself. So I'd not only do the exercises at the rehab facility, I would come home. I had an app that I could run through all of the exercises that they had me doing. And then in addition to that, I knew that I had to kind of self-advocate and continue to challenge myself. So I'd be looking on YouTube for different exercise programs and exercises that I could do to continually challenge myself as I was able to complete the things that the rehab facility was getting me to do. So, once walking in a straight line and turning my head side to side, I was able to do that. I started doing more challenging things like walking in a straight line while bouncing a tennis ball on the ground and catching it with my affected hand, or walking in a straight line and bouncing the ball, tossing it up in the air, and then tossing it from hand to hand. So things progressed like that. I was doing simple exercises like sitting down and then standing up. I would change that to sitting down and then standing up and then going up on my tiptoes. I was practicing standing on one foot for 30 seconds, which took me a while to get, especially on my left foot. But eventually, I had seen a video online about stroke survivors, and it was talking about the challenges of not being able to, put your pants on in the dark in the morning. And I realized that, you've got 3 main things that were controlling your balance: the sensation on the bottom of your foot, your inner ear, and your visual acuity. And once I took away my vision, I could not balance. It was almost like the world fell out beneath my feet. So I was standing on one foot. I was able to do it for 30 seconds. As soon as I closed my eyes, that was gone. So that became the next challenge for my standing on one foot exercises, was to do it with my eyes closed. And I would continually challenge that. So eventually I got a foam balance pad, and that's what I would start to do my exercises on. And then the foam balance pad turned into a Bosu ball. And I'd do it on either side of the Bosu ball. So those things that I had to kind of learn on my own were a huge benefit to getting my physical condition back. Aside from that, I also, was suffering a bit mentally. So, prior to my stroke, I was relatively young. I was 44 years old. I was in good physical condition. I had no prior medical conditions, no risk factors for a stroke. So, I was thinking, like, how could this have happened to me, and why? And I was thinking of all the things that I was doing just days before. I was in charge of a multi-million-dollar company. I was playing hockey 2 times a week. I was riding motorcycles. I was doing backcountry hiking expeditions throughout Canada. And I was wondering, am I ever going to be able to do any of these things again? Will I be able to drive a car again? Will I be able to go back to any kind of work again? Those things were all uncertain to me in those early days. And one of the big things that got me through, and nobody was able to point me in these directions. Like Eileen said, you've got to be your own self-advocate. And nobody's going to come knocking on your door and saying, here's this, here's that, try this, try that. You really had to start digging and looking. And one of the first things I found was Chloe's podcast, which had another stroke survivor who had been on an international trip. She was young. So that immediately told me I'm not alone. I'm not the only one who's gone through this or is going through this or is ever going to go through this. You know, I'm just one of many. And people get through it, so can you. From there, I saw the entire buy-in site and started joining weekly coffee chats with other, ABI survivors. And that peer group, and other peer groups. So I also joined the March of Dimes Canada Young Stroke Survivors Network. And through those two groups, the peer support that I got and the ideas and suggestions that I got from those people were key in my recovery. And, some of the things were very simple, like how to navigate going to a high sensory environment like the grocery store. People suggesting, go early in the morning or go late in the evening when it's not quite as busy. Make sure that you get a cart, so you have something to hold on to. Those things were big benefits for me. So strategies to deal with those situations, and also strategies for dealing with things like fatigue. That was a huge issue for me, and still is. So managing fatigue, I started out, I was taking naps. Then it was, you've got to make sure that you plan your day and stick to your scheduled, rest periods throughout the day, or else you're going to kind of empty the tank. And once you empty the tank, it can take you a whole nother day to refill it again. So I would start planning, minute by minute throughout my day when I was going to do exercises, when I was going to do word puzzles or crosswords or Sudokus or brain teasers to keep my mental acuity, and when I was going to take those rest periods. And eventually I learned, napping is kind of counterproductive for me because if I sleep too much throughout the day, I'm not going to sleep well at night. And then my next day is not such a great day. So then I, talked to people in those peer groups, and they suggested meditation, and listening to music, binaural beats, these types of things, which started to work for me. And then breathing exercises, so 4-square breathing and focusing on diaphragm breathing. And those became my rest period, which really helped me throughout my day. And another big thing for me, again, my mental condition. So, I was focusing a lot on the things that I had lost. It was almost like a loss of self that I was grieving. And I had joined a wellness program called Nourish through Buy-ins. And the facilitator there one day, it was probably 3 weeks into the program, said to me, Jeff, you're comparing yourself constantly to the pre-stroke version of yourself. Why don't you, as a change, think about, what it was like being in that hospital bed when you first found out that you're having a stroke. And to think back, I was laying in this bed in the hospital. I couldn't sit up. I couldn't roll over. I couldn't swallow. They wouldn't let me drink liquid or eat solid food. So everything was pureed food. I could only have liquid by IV because they didn't want me to aspirate in my lungs. I couldn't use the bathroom on my own. That was the lowest point of my life, and it was a real paradigm shift for me to be able to think back to that guy, and compare my progress. It actually gave me a big sense of pride. I've actually come a long, long way, despite, not being able to do everything that I could do prior to the stroke. I have moved forward, and that progress is what keeps you going and keeps you motivated, and there's always room to continue to grow. So, today I can say, I'm back to work. I've been working for 15 months now, the same role that I had pre-stroke, same level of responsibilities. Nobody gives me a pass. I was given permission by the neurologist to ride my motorcycles again this summer, so I got about 3,000 kilometers this summer on those. I'm back playing hockey. I'm nowhere near as good as I used to be. My left hand, I can't really control the puck with one hand all that well, but you know, I'm out there, which, you know, gives me more room for improvement and goals to make, to strive towards. So like Steve, I say, you know, never give up, you know, keep going, stay positive, strive for progress, not perfection. You know, you're not going to get there in one day, but be mindful of the things that you have achieved and celebrate those wins as you go.
Thank you very much, Jeff. So many similarities between your and Steve's story. So courageous. I feel like just the mourning that sense of yourself. You're saying the pre-stroke Jeff, the pre-stroke Steve. I think it's so easy to compare yourself to the old you and always be striving to get back to that. So I think it takes a lot, especially on those days when you wake up and it just feels unfair. It's like you said, you know, there was no reason for it to happen. So to every day keep going and to keep on challenging yourself on top of that, yeah, it takes a lot. Please welcome, last but certainly not least, Melanie.
Thank you. Well, my journey is with my adopted daughter. She suffered a traumatic brain injury, and as a result of that, she's left with cerebral palsy, and she's nonverbal. And we've been doing this for 11 years, and first of all, I'll show you this picture. And the reason I picked this picture is because along the way, if I hadn't advocated the way I have, and I've met some really wonderful people, I've made great relationships. Some may not like me, but advocating, if I hadn't have advocated for the services and supports to be in place, this little girl wouldn't be 8 feet away from her wheelchair. She'd still be sitting in it. And I get emotional, and my biggest thing with dealing with her is the education of the professionals that I deal with. Not a lot of professionals. I come from a rural area, so some of our PTs and our OTs and services like that don't deal with children enough to be able to help me. They do the best they can, but I wish that there was more education put in place for people that have suffered brain injury. Because they'll ask me, what are my goals? And it's like, this is my first child with these injuries. I don't know. I don't know what the goals are, and that's what I look forward to for the professionals. The IWK for us has been extremely wonderful, and I've met a lot of strangers. I have an accessible vehicle. I don't know how many people I've gone up to say, like, where did you get this? Where did you get that? So sometimes the strangers has become, you know, my friends, because I'm always asking, where is this and where is that? Because I have to look at my daughter in 2 years' time. How am I going to get here in 3 years' time? And some of the avenues has been really tough. Some has been really great. My daughter was in public school, did great. Anyway, there was, you know, circumstances behind her control. She's now homeschooled. APSI was a very important service in our journey with her vision, and you know, because the public school system isn't in her best interest right now, that service is no longer available to her. So I really miss that service. It's my journey, unlike, you know, surviving the stroke, is I don't know sometimes where to go, how to help her, and her being a child, there's not a lot of stuff out there, and it's guesswork, and making friends, making enemies, and like and all my notes is advocate, advocate, because I think I look after her and I write emails. I look after her, I write more emails, because I just, it's just very hard. And if you're, and Google doesn't tell me everything. We do music therapy with her. I take her horseback riding. But all of those services, I've had to ask other people. It's not easy to find. And because she's a child and not a lot of children with her needs, there's no, other than conductive education, if it wasn't for them, if I had have known about conductive education through March of Dimes, we'll say 7 years ago, I know that me and my daughter would be in a much better position because they understand, I can talk to them, and it's a support for both of us. So having come to March of Dimes has not only helped her, the conductive education has not only helped her, but me, and there's not many services out there for us. So that's I continue is to advocate and never give up, and don't ever let somebody tell you that you're never going to achieve something, because that little girl was never supposed to live, and there she is. And of all of this, I say advocate because if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have the nerves to be up here. And I get a lot of love and contentment. I've learned patience, understanding, dealing with her brain injury. So it's a path going forward, and it's nice to be here and hear other people, because I know that, you know, we're hitting the child stage, and then we're going to enter the adult stage, and services is different. So that's my main thing is never let anybody tell you you can't.
Thank you very much. I think a lot of kind of common themes that we've been hearing, and from the work over the last few years that I've done with folks in this field as well, is that recovery is not linear. No injury looks the same, and I think it's so important, like you said, to never give up hope, because even in the worst situation, you will always find people who know something more than you. You're always going to know something more than somebody else, and so you're going to be that help to somebody when they thought it wasn't going to get any better. So yeah, very, very well said. Just never stop trying. All right, well, I wasn't going to save myself for last, but we do have a few minutes, so I'll tell a little bit of my story as well. My name's Chloe, and kind of flew in here last minute, but I worked for Brain Injury Nova Scotia for the last few years before this fall. And my story, I mentioned really briefly earlier that I am a survivor. So it was about 7 years ago, 2016, I was riding my bike home. It was midnight, so not really surprising, I guess. But I got hit by a car on my bike, and I got taken to the hospital right away, and I had broken my neck in 2 places and had brain bleeds in the front right. And I don't remember this. It's all told secondhand to me. Yeah, but it was a really scary time. Not so much for me, but for my family and for my friends, because no one really knew right away what was going to happen. So right away I got put into surgery, and then I got put into a coma for a while, and it was kind of a wait and see what happens. And something that really resonated with me from Jeff's story and from Steve's, I think, too, is the just not really believing that it can happen. And even in the worst times when you first are kind of realizing what's going on, you still don't believe it. One of my first memories, which was probably about close to maybe 3 weeks after it actually happened, I was in the QE2 hospital, and I could hardly walk, and I have a buzzed head now. This is new, but at the time I had long, luscious locks, but I had a reverse lawnmower mohawk straight down the middle of my head from surgery. I had broken a lot of facial bones, so, just was not looking good. My eyes were shooting in opposite directions, and my mom took me to the washroom because she thought that when I saw myself for the first time in the mirror, I would freak out. And yeah, it's one of my first memories. I remember looking at myself in the mirror, but it was almost like, I've told this story a couple times, when you are going out with all your friends, you spend ages getting ready, you're looking good, you're looking hot, and you go out, you dance, you have a little too many drinks, and at some point during the night, you go to the washroom, and you're all sweaty, your makeup is halfway down your face, and you're like, ooh, I do not look like I did when I left the house tonight. That was the reaction that I had, seeing myself in the mirror. It wasn't a, oh my God, what happened? It was just like, oh, Chloe, you've looked better. You really let yourself go. So there was just a big part of me that I still, I had been told what happened, but I couldn't wrap my head around it. Anyway, so I spent about a month in the QE2, and then I got moved to the rehab in Halifax and spent another month there, and hearing a lot of the same things amongst all of us as well. Although there is, yes, I think we can all acknowledge, there's a shortage of resources and programs that exist, or maybe that we'd like to see in this province. However, the staff and the people that run these things and that offer what is here are amazing. My experience in the rehab and in the QE2, though I don't really remember it, was life-changing. I really feel like it set me on the right direction. I had a really great experience. It was just really, it was the support that I needed, in addition to the family that I'm lucky to have that lives close by. And then the hard part started, was when I left rehab. I was living in the city by myself at the time, but they said, you can't do that anymore. You're not fit to care for yourself. So I had to move home with my parents, who live in Wolfville, and I'm lucky that they're there and had the means to take me in. But that was when things got really hard, because when you're in the hospital, you're on a routine. You have a purpose. You go to physio. This is what you're doing. You're constantly getting told, yes, yes, yes. You're moving up, you're progressing. And then when I went home, suddenly everything came to a grinding halt. I couldn't work anymore. I just didn't have the ability to articulate myself. All the emotions that I didn't seem to have in the hospital suddenly came down in an avalanche, and I was not equipped to deal with that. I'm like, is any 22-year-old? I don't think so. So that was when things started to get hard, and I had just graduated university before this, and I was enrolled for more school later, and then I was told, you can't do that anymore. So yeah, like you guys said, suddenly it's, what is my purpose now? I was mourning the loss of my former self. And my biggest help through all this part of my recovery was asking for help. No one is a mind reader, and the hard part about brain injuries, especially concussion or traumatic brain injury, is that it's so oftentimes invisible. So, to all appearances, you don't need help, but really you do. So no one is a mind reader. You have to ask for it. You have to be an advocate, which we've all heard everyone say here so much. And what was really nice, though, is I think it's easy for us to think that you're going to be a burden to someone by asking, but people are really generous. I think 98% of people do want to help. They're just waiting for somebody to ask. So I think that would probably be my biggest thing, is just put it out there, set small goals, attainable goals, because you need something that's going to challenge you, but something that you can achieve. And then when you find those goals, start to ask for help. Start to tell people, hey, this is what I'm working on. This is what I want to do. Yeah, I looked like a lunatic at first. When I moved back to the city, a lot of my friends had gone away. I was looking for friends. It's like dating. It's hard to meet people organically these days. When you're not in school. Suddenly, I was asking people left, right, and center, do you want to hang out? This is what I'm doing. Most people were receptive. Some people were like, who is this weird girl? Yeah, but ask for help. I think that's honestly how I ended up where I am today. It's how I got the job with Brain Injury Nova Scotia. I just started school in the fall, and it's how I ended up in school. I got there with help from a lot of people. Yeah, so I think my big advice and my big takeaway is just to put it out there. Don't stay quiet about it. Thank you very much. I'd love to open up for some questions, if anyone has, for anyone up here. Thank you. I'm just going to try and summarize that as best I can for the folks that are joining online, because I don't know if sound from the audience will be captured. But from what I heard, it's that when Jeff spoke about peer support, that really landed with you. Not feeling like you have to try to be any certain person, look a certain way. I think it's also really beneficial, and I think you were saying this a bit, is that sometimes there's only so much that a medical practitioner can tell you, and it's great advice, but then sometimes your peers and people who have lived experience will say something that you've never heard before, and it just lands, and it helps. Great. Would you like the mic, or would you like me to? Yeah, we could start doing that.
And you don't have to repeat it, all right, Chloe? I just wanted to say on behalf of everyone, you guys are amazing. And I realize that it's significantly stressful to retell your stories. So I hope you know how much we appreciate it. My question is just along the lines of benefiting from helping other people. I wonder if Steve and Jeff, you could talk a bit about your experience as being one-to-one peer supporters.
Thanks very much for the question. To your point, I am volunteering as a one-to-one peer mentor, and it's just kind of a way for me to give back a little bit some of the things that I've taken away. So, when I talk about peer support, I'm really standing on the shoulders of giants, so to speak. The people who've lived this in the past, they've figured out things on their own, they've learned things from the people before them, and that's where I'm benefiting. So if I can share some of what I've learned and experienced, it's kind of a way of giving back. Additionally, it's just, part of the new me, I guess. I wouldn't have been volunteering, certainly in this arena, prior to my stroke, but now that I have this experience, it's something that I'm very happy to do, and it gives me a bit of a sense of belonging to a community as well. So, and it's a two-way street as well. I think I learn as much from those that I mentor, so to speak, as they learn from me. So it's been great, a great experience.
Just repeat what he said. He's a tough guy to follow. I think you said that about me before, but you're tougher than me. I enjoy and get probably, to be honest, get more back than I give out when I have an opportunity to talk with someone about what I went through when it helps them with what they're going through. I never would have expected that to be, but I know it to be. There was something else I had in my mind, but it kind of escaped me. So, thanks.
Thank you, too. Yeah, Peter, I'll come up to you.
Thank you. Back in the day, March 5th, 1968, was a real struggle because I was comatose for a while. But once I began to move around and discover life, there was something called Head On. And it was spoken to here a little bit. And I can't remember the years that it was, but when I first went there, it was like coming ashore after a long swim, realizing there were other people who had had a traumatic brain injury. And the question of a moment ago, because I can't remember names, when a person is reaching out to others, it helps the person doing the reaching out as well as the recipient. And for a while back in the first decade, I was involved with the Halifax chapter of the brain injury community on the executive. And I felt very good about that. And I still have lists of names of people who had needs. And fast forward to, it seems like 100 years later, on Mondays I work at Feed Nova Scotia in the rec warehouse. And on Thursday and Friday until very recently, but COSA, Circle of Support and Accountability, closed down here because of lack of funding, people who'd been incarcerated. And a person feels really good when they're listening. My father's phrase as a successful lawyer was that we learned to listen. He didn't have a brain injury, but as we listen to others, and I only have one good ear, as we listen to others, we benefit. And we think what we're going to say next, but as we listen to what they're saying, so it's very important, as was mentioned here just now, to serve the other. I guess my brain injury happened while I was in university, so I eventually completed the degree, but I didn't think that my brain injury was significant in 1968, so I tried to continue, and it took me twice as long to get the degree. But I think as we serve the other, it's a panacea for us as well as the people we're serving. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. We have a question from online.
Yes, thank you, Peter. I just want to reiterate, you guys are getting lots of praise and support from our online folks as well. There's lots of comments of support. There's also a question regarding the comment made about, you look great, you must be doing great. And I think that is a common comment that a lot of people in the brain injury community receive. So do any of you have any advice for how to deal with that comment? When maybe on the inside you're not doing so well, but people assume you're doing great by the way you look.
That one, got a lot of swear words in my head for that. Does anyone else want to field that one?
Yeah, this recovery for me has been, we keep talking about the physical aspects, your gait, how you talk, can you raise your arm? But there's a brain here that's been injured, It's as much and sometimes more a mental injury as it is a physical injury. And the physical things, quite honestly, are relatively straightforward in how do you approach them and how you treat them. You stretch this muscle, you do this, you do that. But the mental game can be much more challenging in that, I mentioned earlier, after the first year of recovery, the mental aspect of the injury I had started to take shape, started to get a handle on it, how to make it better, and I could see what things were helping. Sleep, good food, and exercise helped my mental game immensely, and now has really formed a new part of my life as I move forward, and I suspect will form that part in my life for the rest of my life. So.
As you were talking, Steve, I also was thinking on how I might answer that question. And I think a big one for me was because to all appearances, when I was in the worst of my recovery, to all appearances, I looked fine. And so even if people had been aware of my accident, they would be like, "Oh, you're good now, I can tell." But talking to everyone up here, no one in your recovery is putting in as much work as you. And so therefore, no one knows what you're going through. Nobody knows your boundaries and what your new limitations might be. And so unfortunately, that comes down onto you to create those boundaries. When you go into a social situation, or even with family, even with caregivers, things are changing all the time. So I think my advice and my suggestion would be is you have to put up those boundaries. No, someone may never understand, but when you enter the space together, you say, "This is what I need from you. I don't need to tell you why. All you need to know is that this is what I'm asking. If you can't respect that, then maybe we don't hang out right now, or maybe it's not the time for us." So I think for me, it was creating boundaries and being really strict about them, because again, you put in the work. No one can know what it's like to be you. So it's one more piece of that advocacy work.
No, I was going to say something and you grabbed it, so I'm glad for that. Thank you, about the boundaries. And I'm constantly having to remind myself, the people who knew me before my brain injury still, and when I talked about performing before, they create that expectation. The invisible disability still is not being understood. And it doesn't matter, and they went through it with me. They knew that I was going through all this health care and that I will have it for the rest of my life. But the people who knew me before my brain damage still expect me to be that old person. So then I feel that I have to keep up with that performance, that I'm that person, and then it's exhausting and you've got to take the breaks. And I've had to keep learning to remind myself, I have to put those boundaries and say, I can't do this with you because you're not seeing me. The biggest problem was with my son. My son always thought I was like 10 feet tall, and then here I was dependent on other people and not being able to do so many things. And to this day, he will bring that up into conversation, that he still expects me to be a certain person and have a certain task or functionality that I don't have. And so I'm always constantly having to perform for my son as well, but it is exhausting. So I think that's what's harmed me from moving over to the other side and accepting my new self, in saying, no, this is who I am. So thank you for that reminder, Chloe, because the boundaries, I have to keep reminding myself that I have to keep reminding people, excuse me, I'm a person with invisible disabilities. I have limitations. I need you to accept them or not at all. So thank you for that, because we don't talk about that enough either. Do you know what I mean? But I wish I didn't have to keep performing. It gets exhausting.
Yeah, we'll just have time for one more, and then we're going to wrap up.
I come at it from a totally different angle, okay? Charles is in a wheelchair. He is difficult to understand. He has to be fed through a tube. He can't eat. But cognitively, he is 90%. Okay, he's a chartered accountant. He's still doing tax returns. He's doing all that. But when we are out, he's a chair. He is not a person. And so it's a totally different barrier that we have to go through, and it hurts just as much. Thank you. I just wanted to say that. It's, you know. He actually did a video for med students for Dalhousie, and I cried through it actually, because his last comment was that the doctors are saying, what do you want? And he said, respect. And I think that's what everybody deserves with their challenges, whatever they may be. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll pass it off to Marley now.
Thank you so much. And thank you, everybody. As Rebecca mentioned, these are can be some intimidating topics to reopen and share publicly. So thank you for being so brave and sharing your insights. We're going to move on to lunch from 12:30, and then we'll come back at 1:15. Brown bag lunch is going to be provided at the same tables where you got your coffee and sweets this morning. And this is also an opportunity to visit the booths behind the curtain as well. We're going to open those up again. So again, we'll be back at 1:15. Okay, I hope everybody had a chance to stretch their legs and fill their bellies. We're going to invite you to find your seats again. We're going to start the second half of the day here. And then I'm actually going to pass the mic over to Emily Roding, our Executive Director at Brain Injury Nova Scotia.
Just wait. Oh, I got the thumbs up from Sam. Great. You can go. Thanks, Marley. So my name is Emily. I am the Executive Director of Brain Injury Association of Nova Scotia. We're really pleased to be hosting this again with our partners, March of Dimes Canada, and welcome to the second half of today. We have some new folks joining us online and a few in person who weren't here this morning. So for those in person, we are a beautiful day in Chibuktuk, Halifax. Lots of you joining from all across the province, so we appreciate you being here with us. A big thank you for those of us in person, certainly, to New Leaf, part of Easter Seals, for preparing and bringing lunch for us today. It was great. This morning's presentations were primarily focused on community resources and offering that first-person perspective. In particular, the panel, I think we can all agree, was really impactful and really highlights why we do the work that we do. This afternoon, we're going to switch gears a little bit. Our experts will be presenting and discussing some more clinical and research side of things, so including innovative approaches to rehabilitation post-injury. I'm going to introduce our first speakers for this afternoon. So we're pleased to have Ruth McDonald and Deanna Chisholm-Tulio. Deanna, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Perfect. So a little bit about Ruth to begin. We're going right back to your BA, Ruth, I think, on your your bio here. So Ruth completed her Bachelor of Arts in Psychology from Laurentian University in 1991. After graduation, Ruth focused her career on advocating for and providing services to survivors of brain injury. She demonstrated her passion for supporting brain injury survivors during her time as a board member of her local brain injury association. For the last 25 plus years, she's worked at March of Dimes Canada. Her initial role was in the organization was in their supportive housing program, but she has switched roles, moved on to outreach satellite offices, helping set those up to bring brain injury services to various smaller communities across northeastern Ontario. From there, Ruth went on to lead March of Dimes community support services in fee-based operations provincially, and more recently has taken on a more national role as the National Manager of Community Support Services. In that role, Ruth focuses on expanding March of Dimes Canada's disability services nationally, looking for service gaps and partnership opportunities across all provinces and territories. So we'll have Ruth up in a moment. Also presenting is Deanna. Deanna is currently the Regional Director for Community Support Service with March of Dimes in the Northeast region of Ontario. Her work history includes working with individuals with intellectual disability, adults with physical disabilities, seniors, and brain injury survivors. Supporting individuals living with the effects of a brain injury began almost 30 years ago in a hospital setting while working with a clinical psychologist as an intervention therapist. Throughout her years with March of Dimes Canada, she's worked in a variety of brain injury services, from outreach, supportive housing, congregate care, as a frontline rehabilitation worker, and in various management positions. Deanna also has some impressive healthcare experience in long-term care, continuing care, as well as community-based not-for-profit organizations. Deanna has supported regional community support service sector, planning and expanding various networks and committees. Outside of work, on a personal note, I have here that Deanna enjoys being in nature, kayaking, gardening, photography, and spending time with family and friends. All wonderful things. So I'd like to welcome Ruth and Deanna.
All righty. Thank you, everyone. We're very excited to be here in beautiful Halifax. We got the after lunch slot, so we've got the after lunch slot, so hopefully we do okay here. Everyone stays awake. Alrighty, so community care solutions. For some of you, you may be hearing about Marchedimes Canada for the first time. We're proud to say that we've been around for over 70 years. As a not-for-profit organization, we were initially established with a focus to find a cure for polio back in 1951. Historically, our service is primarily focused on supporting individuals with physical disabilities following the polio pandemic. In our more recent years, we've evolved to also support seniors and individuals living with the effects of brain injury. Marchedimes Canada is a leading national charity committed to championing equity, empowering ability, and creating real change that will help the more than 6 million people living with disabilities across the country unlock the richness of their lives. We serve, connect, and empower people living with disabilities to participate fully in life on their own terms. Our work is grounded in the voices of the people we support, built on a foundation of service. You'll see our mission to be Canada's leading service provider, resource, and advocate, empowering people with disabilities to live and thrive in communities nationwide. Our current strategic plan, there we go. Our current strategic plan focuses on supporting individuals and their families from youth into adulthood, and for some individuals, this also includes supporting to age in place well into their senior years. We focus on maximizing potential, independence, and overall well-being. Our current focus areas are Best Start for children, youth, and families, independence at home and in the community, active health and connected lives, and through our more recent advocacy work, really focusing on financial security, as we believe that people living with disabilities should be able to avoid or escape poverty and live well with their disability. This next slide shows the rates of disability across Canada. And this image provides us with an overview of the rate that unfortunately demonstrates that Nova Scotia has one of the highest rates in all of Canada. Up until 2006, our organization was centered primarily in the province of Ontario. And we had become, and continue to be, the largest organization within the province supporting individuals with disabilities. We've evolved, and today we have over 2,000 employees, serve over 6,000 clients annually with a budget of over $162 million. Our accredited services are now spread across 6 provinces and territories. A significant portion of our organization's focus is in community support services. These service offerings, shown here on this slide, support individuals to live successfully in their own homes in the community. You'll note with the variety of services that there may be more than one potential intersection between our service offerings. A person with a brain injury might also have a physical disability, may be aging in place, and also require home and vehicle modification. We'll get into more detail about them in a bit. So community support services are provided in one's own home or the community. It could be in our office and focuses on rehabilitation and personal support. So our primary service models are supportive housing, our congregate care program, day program, and providing service and outreach. And my colleague Deanna will talk a little bit more about those programs specifically. So our focus. There are many different aspects to our services, and one of our greatest focus is on our individualized approach to service regardless of the program one is receiving. Our services focus on promoting independence and collaboration with other providers as we respond to the individual's changing needs. This slide represents the many benefits of our wraparound supports. In our almost 30 years of delivering brain injury services, we have found creative solutions to successfully fill community service gaps. Some of these include supporting individuals with more complex needs to transition out of hospital settings, thereby offering a cost-effective solution that emphasizes quality of life once the acute medical care is no longer the focus. So falling in line with some of our panelists this morning that we heard, March of Dimes regularly collects client feedback, and similar themes, regardless of the service, tend to emerge. We believe it's important as an organization to establish and adjust services in a way that empowers the service recipient. Our most recent survey results will not likely be much of a surprise. Who would want multiple agencies in and out of their homes, having to retell their story over and over? Individuals do not want to feel excluded, unheard, isolated, or lonely. And most people would want to feel empowered, an active decision maker in their own care needs, feel safe, supported, and respected, all while they live in their own space in their community. The next slide, this slide's just some quotes that client satisfaction that we've been given from some of the individuals that we support. Now I'm going to talk for a second about our home and vehicle modification program. So for the past 22 years, March of Dimes has delivered a home and vehicle modification program in the province of Ontario. Recently, this investment that addresses community-based accessibility was increased from 10 million per year up to 15 million annually. This increase was due to a demonstrated quality of service delivery, customer satisfaction, and the value derived from ensuring Ontarians with disabilities of all ages can return to their homes safely or age in place independently. Manitoba recently has contracted March of Dimes to deliver a similar program in their province. We are proud of our advocacy work in this area, as these investments play a key role in supporting individuals to remain in their own homes and community. So that's it for my general overview of March of Dimes Canada. I'll let my colleague Deanna take over, and she'll provide greater detail on community support services.
A little taller. Thank you, Ruth. So with an aging population and an increased focus on supporting seniors to remain in their home, new funding opportunities to support seniors became available to March of Dimes Canada. And based on our experience in providing personal supports and supporting individuals with their activities of daily living, either through an outreach or a supportive housing model of service, we were able to adapt our services to meet the needs of seniors effectively. Services are provided with the ultimate goal of assisting seniors to remain in their home as safely and as long as possible. While seniors might fall in some of our other target populations, as Ruth mentioned, similar to brain injury, such as physical disabilities or brain injury, March of Dimes Canada has utilized this experience and skill in attendant care to establish a specific service geared to older adults and seniors, as again, as we age, our needs become unique as well, and that has to be factored in. Given the basket of service we provide to the seniors that we work with, supports may start from an area of providing respite care for the client and the caregiver, or homemaking services as an example. Personal support services are introduced to the home, often initially a few times a week, but our funding gives us the availability to, as services and needs progress for that senior or the home environment, that we're able to increase our services to daily visits to the point of multiple visits a day in order to promote someone to safely live in their home environment. And we know oftentimes that's the preferred choice, is to stay at home as long as possible, both for the client and their caregiver and family. The ability to tailor our services to one's changing needs has resulted across all our programs in positive outcomes, not only in this program for the seniors, but the caregiver, as we know they also are experiencing increased caregiving responsibilities. Our services for adults with physical disabilities, for many of you who are familiar with March of Dimes Canada, that's often the services that we're known for. And certainly it stems from our grassroots beginnings, supporting people that were living with the effects of polio. And it was in a short time after establishing those programs, we broadened our approach to supporting people with physical disabilities. Supporting adults with physical disabilities, whether it means helping them find gainful employment, or again, enhancing their independent living skills and abilities, are just a couple examples of what we do within that service. Again, some statistics earlier noted. Disabilities within the province of Nova Scotia has been researched to be approximately 30% of the adult population. So given this was highlighted, we know in every province, as the growing numbers of disability are noted, to do the supports and resources need to be available to support those individuals to ensure that they are able to live the best life possible. March of Dimes Canada is committed to sharing our knowledge, expertise, and the service models that we've been able to demonstrate being successful with our different stakeholders in different provinces to help with this growing need. Again, our staff provide a similar service as they do in our seniors program, with many of the approaches and focuses being the same. It's about improving quality of life. It's about empowering the individual to be active in their care decisions, while it also means our role in supporting someone to maximize their independence, either in their home or their community where they reside. And we heard earlier with the panel of the importance of what do I want? What's important to me? It may not be what you think the caregiver or the family member does, so we really empower the consumers to certainly be part of that care and really think about what is meaningful to them. This slide is actually a supportive housing program within the area of Northeastern Ontario, where I'm the regional director. So it's just a simple overview of an example of a supportive housing program. But beyond the services we can offer in one's private home or apartment, we do operate supportive housing services, which provides access to staff on a 24/7 basis. And depending on the extent of someone's disability, to have access to a staff on a scheduled or unscheduled need is really important to also promote, like be available, promote in the time of need, and also provide that support and security that someone's there to assist close by. In Ontario, we have over 44 different settings similar to this, where we are situated typically in an integrated social housing complex. So we have a mixed model approach to our supportive housing program. Clients have a tenant arrangement with the housing provider for an accessible unit, and we are the provider in the building. We all know that brain injuries don't pick and choose the age, they don't pick and choose the time when a brain injury can come. And a brain injury, we know, can have a manageable impact on someone's functioning to a significant change in one's physical, cognitive, social, and emotional ability. March of Dimes, as a government-funded organization, we've been fortunate to work and learn from many people that have survived from a brain injury. Our services are also oftentimes tailored to those who have access to third-party funding as well. Many eventually do transition to the need of a government-funded organization, knowing that at times their needs for brain injury supports are long-term. Again, some facts related to Nova Scotia. Each year, 1,700 new cases of brain injury are diagnosed in Nova Scotia, and we know that can change lives in a matter of seconds. Rehabilitation focuses on services and care that can make a difference to one's successful independent living, not only for those who've experienced a significant brain injury, but even those who might be diagnosed as what they would say a mild injury might still have an impact on their daily living. We know in addition to this that many cases and situations go undiagnosed, misdiagnosed, and the numbers are probably many unaccounted for. We see our homeless population, we see those incarcerated, oftentimes have experienced a brain injury as well. Our brain injury services tend to be rehab focused versus personal care, with the goal of reteaching a skill that might have been impacted by one's brain injury, or supporting an individual to adopt compensatory strategies to assist. The goals set and addressed can cover any area of functioning, whether that be cognitive, again, social, behavioral, emotional. And again, you know, the importance for us is that those goals are meaningful. And the role of our rehab workers is to support that individual, depending on the outcome, to adjust the approach. Again, there was a comment, if things get easy, is there another area that we can support? Because we know oftentimes there's numerous areas that are important to that individual. So besides our outreach services, we also do supportive housing for within our brain injury program. And we've learned from our long-term supporting of individuals with physical disabilities, the importance of having the security of housing as well as health care combined. Having an affordable house, having the security of staff presence in our brain injury program, oftentimes this means one-to-one service within a daily environment. So again, this is just an example of one of our supportive housing programs that we offer through brain injury services. Congregate care is another form of assisted living service that we provide as an organization. Congregate care tends to support those that have had a fairly significant brain injury, those that may need to support supervision on a 24-hour basis. So again, nothing changes in terms of our approach. We want to make sure that people are fully engaged in the community, making decisions about their own care, and participating in goals that are important. This service oftentimes has a combination of personal support care as well, just given the nature of the individuals that we support throughout these programs. So we have a variety of approaches to offering congregate care. It may be in a property owned by March to Dimes, so this is again an example in the region that I'm responsible for, where we retrofitted a school and created a setting that offers supports to 11 individuals. But we also have smaller versions of homes that we've rented from private landlords, as well as multi-unit within apartment settings that we have support on a 24/7 basis. So hopefully we can be able to see a bit of a video clip that just shares one of our clients' stories. That's always a reminder to us the value of the work that we do.
In May 2015, I got diagnosed with encephalitis. It's an acute inflammation in the brain. When I woke up, it was as if I had just been reborn like a baby.
And are they accommodating you, giving you extra support?
Yeah.
In our region, York and Simcoe, Mackenzie Health, in partnership with March of Dimes Canada, put together a collaborative program called York Simcoe Brain Injury Services. We together provide the clinical supports to the individual with the brain injury, as well as functional integrative programming in the community.
I had to relearn everything. The basic stuff that we do every day for life. Both take a shower, go to the bathroom, brush your teeth. I could not do without support.
Oftentimes, after an acquired brain injury, the consumer returns home and they need to be reintegrated back into the community, and that can be quite challenging for families to do.
I think when people are working towards accomplishing what they want in life, of course they're going to be motivated. So I think it's when we're working with any client is trying to find what they would be motivated to work on as a goal. I assist in that process. I don't tell them like, oh hey, I think you need to work on your physiotherapy. For me, I come in, I say, okay, update me on what's been going on. What do you want to continue working on? What goal is working for you? What goal is not working for you? And I like to have that consistent communication to help them be motivated to continue working on it. When I first began working with Sahar, it was kind of having conversations of what is important to her in her life right now. And it's a really good reinforcement because like we're always here. I'm here every week. So it's like, I'm not going away. Like I'm here to kind of work on the goals that you want to work on until you have achieved it.
It just sort of began with just learning the daily functions all over again with support from Mackenzie Health and March of Dimes. Once I started to do things on my own more, I obviously wanted more.
Accomplishments can mean so much. So at that point in time when I first met her, it was the goal of getting her driver's license back.
I wanted to take control of my schooling, take control of driving maybe, getting my license back. Today, I'm still trying to get my life back into order, and I'm still trying to make my life better. You know, every day I'm accomplishing something new.
When you first go into a family's home, they are traumatized. They are overwhelmed by the experience of a loved one having suffered a severe traumatic disability. In this particular case, you have a family who will do anything and everything to support her. That is the primary reason she has done as well as she has, in addition to all of the services she has received from York Simcoe Brain Injury Services.
Just this year, I recently just graduated from York University with a political science degree, and now I plan on taking public relations at Seneca at York. Without the support of March of Dimes, I would not have been able to have graduated from York, and if that had not been possible, I would not be in school right now.
Here we are 2.5 years later, seeing her obtaining those goals definitely is rewarding.
I think it was totally worth it. All of the things you have to go through to get to the end goal, right? So it's just one step at a time.
To see her today, growing, developing, driving, going to school, being out in the community is magnanimous.
I think if I didn't have March of Dimes, I probably would have not been successful. Well, like 100% I would not be successful.
So that was an example of a service that we provide on an outreach level of basis. So we work in partnership with a local hospital, and that's where we're fortunate to have access to clinical supports as well to support the rehab workers out in the community. So if we have time, we do have one more video, but I also want to cover is an important service that we provide that's fairly newer, I would say, to March of Dimes considering our independent living services have been around for a while, but it's certainly an important service within our community support services. After stroke, oh, is he going to turn? Okay, so we will wait. I'll speak about After Stroke and we'll get caught up on the slides. So After Stroke is a program that's been designed to offer those who have been impacted by stroke with a more meaningful and compassionate experience across their entire journey of recovery, from the point of hospital to home transition back into the community. The program is centered around executing evidence-based needs assessments, as well as, similar to our brain injury services, creating that individualized participation plan that outlines goals that are meaningful. So similar to brain injury services, these staff are specialized in terms of being trained, having knowledge, and having the supports backing them to address a variety of unique needs and the varying needs of the clients that they support, with an ultimate goal of fostering greatest success. Stroke, we know, is a leading cause of a disability. March of Dimes Canada's After Stroke program is currently available in Atlantic Canada with personalized supports to survivors and their families. The After Stroke Coordinator is a position attached to this program, and through the assistance of the After Stroke Coordinator, both survivors of stroke as well as their families can find guidance through every aspect of recovery. In addition to goal setting, addressing areas of education, introduction to peer support, which we've heard the value of directly today, and approaching community navigation may also be provided through our After Stroke program. Again, with a focus on implementing best practices and evidence-based approaches. So the next slide just is a summary of the services that are offered through After Stroke. And it's really that After Stroke coordinator's role to work with the individual and their personal support network to tailor a service that best meets their needs. So that will be most beneficial. So someone certainly may not need all of these supports, but that basket of service is available to create a plan to support that individual through our organization. And in addition to that, our After Stroke coordinators will make those referrals that are important as well to other community providers that may provide some benefit to the individual. Are we going to be able to see the video?
Sam, any luck with the video? No.
Okay, so the second video we had was about a family and a client that resides in our congregate care setting. So it shared his journey of an ATV accident that left him with a significant injury, and all the gains and progresses he's made, and how his family, again, was that strong advocate on his behalf and really has supported March of Dimes to grow. The setting that was shown on the slide, this family member was instrumental in really pushing our services to consider the need for a congregate setting, and helped with the whole development of it. So it's family members that really, and clients that have that voice and grab the attention of funders that have helped us grow our services that we can offer. So in closing, I would like to certainly extend a special thank you to the Brain Injury Association of Nova Scotia for organizing the event, and also providing an opportunity for March of Dimes Canada to share the service and the supports that we feel are important in addressing gaps within the community and really supporting individuals to remain within the communities of their choice and function to the greatest extent that they can. So we certainly strive to address gaps based on our experience and share our knowledge with other providers that may have an interest in expanding and pursuing different supports across the country. And also in closing, I'd also like to make sure that if anyone has not been introduced to Rebecca, that Rebecca is our regional director based here in Nova Scotia, and she is the regional director for community support services. So certainly if there's any questions, we may not have time right now in this session, but we're here for the remainder of the session. So at break, again, our booth, we certainly invite anyone to approach us if there are any questions. So thank you.
Okay. We are going to hear from Puyan Maradi talking about post-brain injury epilepsy. Is Puyan ready? We'll give him a few minutes to get settled here.
Actually, very nice to talk to people in the brain injury Nova Scotia. Closer? Okay, sure. Is it okay now? I'll try to talk louder too. Okay, awesome. Sounds good. As I said, it's very nice hearing these fantastic programs across Canada, especially in Nova Scotia. But today I'm actually going to just change the gears and take a look at the injuries from the lens of research. I think I'm one of the speakers who's going to show some of the research happening here at Nova Scotia, Halifax. The title of my talk, of course, is looking at the short and long-term complications of traumatic brain injuries. For today's purpose, let's see if this is work. Yeah, I decided to keep the presentation not very science-heavy, not to keep it very boring. So I just wanted to show you a brief overview of what's the research we are working on, what's our group about, and just a tiny snapshots of my own personal research project in my PhD. And hopefully we would have some time to have some questions at the end too, and any suggestions. So who am I? I just kept this here. I'm Puyan Maradi. I'm a 5th year PhD student at the Department of Medical Neuroscience at Dalhousie University. I'm Persian originally, and I'm from Iran. I moved to Halifax in 2018, and I've been loving it. It's the best city I could wish for. It's the lifestyle. I don't know if it's the people, if it's the ocean. It's something that has kept me here going and meeting with lots of people. So it's been very nice here in Halifax. What I do, I'm actually a part of a very diverse research group. It's called Blood-Brain Barrier Research Group. It's a cross-Atlantic, very diverse research group that, as you can see, our collaborators are distributed all across the world, from US to Canada to Europe, Israel, Middle East. It's a group of neuroscientists, clinicians, mathematicians, and engineers even, that we have one big goal that we have, and the tying knot here is that using the barriers of the brain to understand different diseases, including a stroke, epilepsy, brain trauma, psychiatric disorders, etc. To just tell you about the research that's happening here at Dalhousie with our group, just a very quick overview of the topic, traumatic brain injuries. You're very familiar with it. By definition, it's a structural damage to the brain that halts or interrupts the brain normal function. There are many clinical classifications, but the most general one divides the different types to mild, moderate, and severe. And as we all know, the more than 2/3 of the traumatic brain injuries are classified as mild, or as we know them, concussions. We in the lab, we divide the concussion itself to different types of injuries depending on how they happen. It can be a direct impact, very fast movement of the brain inside the skull, or a blast injury, which can happen during the combat forces. What I'm more interested in about mild brain injuries or concussions is about the prolonged symptoms. Because as we know, we can divide the injury to the first initial impact, which we are all familiar with when someone having a concussion, they can show symptoms of confusion, memory loss, amnesia, etc. But when it becomes problematic is that these symptoms, they can last. And these, when I say it lasts, it can take from weeks to even years after the first injury. And this becomes worse when you have repeated number of injuries. And these prolonged symptoms, sometimes they're called as post-concussive syndrome. They have a very wide range of spectrum of symptoms that can affect the behavior, emotions such as anxiety, cognitive problems, all the things that we have discussed here. And even worse, and these symptoms can make changes in the brain that are permanent. They can change the brain's wiring that can lead to hyperexcitability. And by that I mean seizures, epilepsy, loss of memory, etc. And this becomes a really big problem, especially in one type of injury, which are the repeated mild traumatic brain injuries, which are a common for a type of injury in hockey players, in football players, athletes that are involved in the high impact sports. And as we know, athletes, they have a very underreported range of TBIs because they just want to get back to the game, and most of the cases, around 50% of them, they remain misdiagnosed or underreported. And these prolonged symptoms, they have, the statistics shows that even years, decades after retirement in these professional athletes, they can show their symptoms. One of those prolonged symptoms is actually the epilepsy post-TBI, and the data shows that these epileptic syndromes, they can manifest 6 to 7 years minimum after the injury. And the problem here is that there is no biomarker, and the biomarker is a technical term that tells that there is no predictors that we can separate or flag out those athletes that they are at risk of epilepsy. And why is it important? I think Ruth and Diane reported these statistics from, I got it from the Brain Injury Nova Scotia, that it's actually important because it's affecting a lot of people, millions in Canada, and here at home, Nova Scotia, 70,000, that's not a small number, it's a very big number, and more than 7,000 people are dealing with the long-term effects, these prolonged symptoms, and most of those people are under age of 40. So it's a big deal, it's important to know it, and it's important to understand it. But why is it challenging to study TBIs? If you look up the challenges in the TBI research, the list goes on. It's a very long list of challenges that us researchers face. I didn't want to put all the lists there, but I just wanted to pay one attention to the last of those challenges, is that there is a lack of biomarker, there are a lack of predictors that we understand. We have seen the statistics, but we still cannot tell people which people are at highest risk. And as you know, the human studies are challenged because there is not always a lot of participants, they opt out of the research. So we still need a lot of understanding of TBI, and there is an unmet need for understanding the mechanisms. Yeah, I'm doing good with time, I think. Dr. Friedman, my mentor, and his group has been working on these TBIs for more than 25 years, around 30 years. And they have approached the disease from many, many different angles, from mechanisms of brain disorders, using different methods to diagnose the disease, and also using tools such as animal studies and new treatments to approach and treat the symptoms. The part that I'm more involved in, particularly about my research, is about animal studies and new treatments. I'm just going to give you just few snapshots of my data here that I'm more involved in this cluster. So what we do in the lab, and what actually we published this work with my colleague, Dr. Ellen Parker, in 2021, that we actually induced a model, we developed a model that actually mimics the features of a repetitive mild traumatic brain injury in animals. But as it's important for us to take care of the animals as the humans, we perform a very critical care after the TBIs on these animals to make sure their health is in a very sufficient level and they are under constant observation of veterinarians. As you can see on the top panel, it shows this apparatus that causes the impact to the brain, but also it includes this swelling and this acceleration of the brain that can happen during the game too in human lives. Right after the impacts, we perform different types of tests to check for behavior, balance, memory, and other features of these animals to make sure to check if that TBI has an impact on those animals or not. This doesn't stop there. I actually added some new domains to the protocol too, because we know that it's not just about the immediate effect, but I also check for different domains of cognition and emotion of the animals. That includes anxiety, depression, spatial memory, working memory, and all of these have their own particular tests that aim on that specific domain. The part that I'm more involved and much more enjoy from it is actually, it's very novel and very time-consuming, is that we implement and have a 24-hour, 7 days a week continuous brain recording from these animals. And by continuous, I mean when we induce these impacts after the injury, I perform a surgery on their brains, and we implant some electrodes on their brains, and they are moved back to their original housing, taken care of, making sure they are healthy, and then we wirelessly transfer their brain activity into a brain. So we make sure that these animals are not strangled with the wires and they are just in their normal status. Sometimes there is debate that are these animals are actually happy, or are they normal, are they behaving or not. So we actually collect the videos. So we wirelessly watch these animals too. So I just brought some clips here from these animals to show you that these animals are actually happy. I think if Sam can play this video, you can see. So grooming, as you can see, he's scratching. Grooming is a very normal behavior in animals that shows that they are healthy and happy. We can tell based on their color of their skin and how they are groomed and clean. Sometimes we give them some toys. They like to hide their toys from us. They can play with their bedding. All the characteristics of a normal animal, that they are playful, they like to play with their toys, they have a nice sleep, awake cycle. So they're happy. So what about the TBI? What can TBI cause to these animals? Here is just where it gets a little bit too much details, but I decided to just show you very, very few figures that I have that just gives you the gist of the impact of this model. You remember those behavioral tests that I performed right after TBI? And that's not just one. We induced these impacts multiple times, and each of those lines shows a healthy animal that did not get a TBI, and that black line shows the animal who received the TBI. And it's obvious that the animals with TBIs show a significant steady decline after impacts. But it's not as simple as is that. When we digged and looked closer to these animals that were concussed, we've realized that some animals were more sensitive. They were more, we call them more susceptible to TBIs, which was very, very intriguing for us, that why some animals are more susceptible and why some of them are resilient and they don't show any symptoms. And this is a repetitive case, and we have so many other students in the lab that are seeing the same classification. I'm not going to get into the details that why and how this can happen, but I'm going to show you that these sensitive animals, they are the one also showing these cognitive emotional problems, but the twitch was that the resilient animals, they were not immune to. Around 40% of those resilient animals, they also showed the cognitive and emotional symptoms. Going back to the other side of the research, the seizure detection, I use, here you see a snapshot of the brain activity of a normal segment, an epileptic segment, and this is done by softwares that are trained to detect the seizures across very, very long segments of brain recording. And it's really helpful because there is a very huge, large bunch of data set that I have to look at. And which is more interesting is that when we look at the videos, these epileptiform activities are showing some behavioral symptoms that are just, you can Sam, if you can play the video, you can see these abnormal behaviors that are associated with those epileptiform activities. You see that animals are showing some weird movements that are not typically seen in a healthy animal. They have some stretching, weird type of grooming. Sometimes we see that these animals are frozen. They're having these freezing movements when they are doing their daily behavior tasks. They're freezed out, and also we are seeing some twitches, small head nods. If you pay closer attention, you can see that these animals are twitching their head. Also, it's interrupting their day-to-day activity. They are eating, and all of a sudden they are frozen, and they're kind of confused at what is going on. Here is an animal that is drinking water, and all of a sudden he just freezes. And without any external cause, he's just twitching. And if you pay closer, there is some contractions in their rhythmic contractions in their head and in their eyes. So unfortunately, it's associated with some abnormal behavior, but it's not a very full-on tonic-clonic seizure, but it's more involved with small twitches, focal seizures, such as this. If you're interested in the statistics, we perform a lot of tests, we collect a lot of data, and we do a lot of statistical analysis. But to just show you how frequent they are and how they evolve over time, these seizures, as you see on the first graph, they have an upward trend. And when we hit them at a very young age, you can see a very steady increase over time. Also, it becomes very, very frequent in TBI animals, but here comes the twist again. It was very kind of surprising for me, but challenging, and it's fun to know that both resilient and susceptible animals, they had an equal chance of epilepsy. There was no telltale or clear-cut point that the sensitive animals are going to develop epilepsy or not. So it doesn't stop there, it goes on, and I have more ideas of how we can tell epilepsy from the non-epileptic animals. It's an ongoing progress. I'm working on other biomarkers, such as the brain activity itself. My preliminary data shows that we can use it to predict epilepsy. That could be a very game-changer technology that we can use. It has been tested on Alzheimer's, other epileptic syndromes, but in TBI, we can use that to point out the chance of epilepsy. This morning, I was just looking at this icon that it doesn't show a grad student working. So I actually replaced it with this tired student behind the computer, because it's going to be a lot of looking at the computer and looking at these brain recordings. And I have not much battery left, but I'm trying to push through. The last part of my research is about actually treating epilepsy and treating the long-term complications, which targets a system in the brain. I have to explain that it's the blood-brain barrier itself. And it's a barrier that separates the brain from the circulating blood. It's not okay that everything that we have in our blood that can go to the brain. It's not an optimal thing for our brain. But when there is an insult to the brain, such as brain injury, that barrier leaks and becomes dysfunction. And there are particles in the blood that are not supposed to be in the brain leak into the brain. And they activate some pathways that can eventually, months, years after, they make the brain epileptic. So this drug that I'm testing, which is very novel and for now is not patented yet, it would block these internal inflammatory pathways in the brain that would, the preliminary data shows that they are actually having some good effects. That stay tuned, this data, I'm going to publish it, and hopefully it would be a good paper. And to summarize, I hope I convinced you that this TBI research is important. Finding biomarkers are important. Long-term syndromes are often disregarded. And this preclinical and clinical research helps us to identify these populations that are at risk. This last semester, I had the opportunity to go to Dublin to present this data in a conference, epilepsy conference, which was a fantastic opportunity. I received a lot of feedback, a lot of work I had to go from the experts actually in the epilepsy region. And I just wanted to say thank you to Brain Injury Nova Scotia because they actually they provided travel assistance to me, and also because they are such a wonderful volunteer society to work with. It's an amazing experience for me as a researcher to be exposed to the population that are dealing with TBI, and it's a lot of fun. Just these collaborative work between science and the patients is a lot of fun for me, and I cannot forget that this work would have been done without the people behind the work. I'm not just the one who's working there. My supervisor, Dr. Friedman, or lab techs or engineers and all the other students in the lab, the Brain Repair Center especially. And yeah, if you have any questions, suggestions, or collaborative ideas, you have my email. I'm here also for the questions, and thank you so much. Yeah, sure. I think, do we have time? I think, yeah, sure.
Hold it pretty close to your mouth, okay?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Question one, just two really quick. Was that Alain Friedman? Yeah, okay, because I worked with him in the recent past. But the other question, I don't know, I could be reading or studying in school, and my head would collapse on the desk, and often. And that's not a sign of epilepsy necessarily, because I can't hear too well. You know, the sign, and I couldn't catch some of the technical phrases that you were using, but, oh, sorry. So was that a sign of epilepsy or just general fatigue because of brain injury? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So I'm not a clinician. It needs an expert idea if whether or not you're experiencing episodic episode as epileptic episode. But based on what our discussion in the lab, anything can be considered as an epileptic event. So you might not even know that you're having an epileptic seizure while you're performing your task. So these zonings out, these even a slight interruption to your comprehension, it can show up in your EEG, or even if it cannot show up in your EEG. So it's a very complex disorder. And if you ask Dr. Alain Friedman, he would even consider that we don't know exactly are you having epilepsy or not. So that's why it needs much more digging into the symptoms. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. With the risk of increasing anxiety in the room, can you unpack that very polite word of impact? How are you acquiring the brain injury on these subjects? I seen the diagram, which caused a lot of anxiety, and I would have preferred to have had a spoiler alert so I could have left the room. I find it very anxiety producing that when somebody is deliberately inflicting an injury on an animal. So can you please unpack that in a way that makes sense, that's not polite? I would prefer the honest answer. Thank you.
I'm trying to understand your question. So you're asking that how do we induce TBI and then anxiety afterwards in the animals? Okay. Correct. Oh, I see. Okay. Correct. Yeah. So in a laboratory environment, when we submit a protocol for inducing TBIs on animals, it has to go through an animal care committee. And what they check they check many classes of animal welfare. They would ask us to report critically day to day that if animals are showing any symptoms of pain, anxiety, weight loss, abnormal behavior, which are very, very well classified in the literature. So every day the veterinarian comes in and checks right after the TBIs if what are the symptoms in these animals. If an animal is stressed and anxious, it would look like a curled up animal. It would not move around. It would have a very ungroomed skin. And also, there are some pre-TBI options that we have to go through. We have to anesthetize these animals. These animals they are having a minimal amount of pain because they are not aware of what is going to happen to them. They are not actively awake animals. They are anesthetized with a very deep anesthesia agent, and when they wake up, it's actually 20 minutes after the TBI. They wake up with a small sort of imbalance in their system. What we do make sure is we do a critical care, such as we give them serum, we give them extra food, we check their weight every 5 hours. So we make sure these animals are having a very minimal pain. But I understand your point. Our research is moving toward the animal-free environments because so far the animals are the closest we can get to the human brain. But with this data that we are collecting, we can train the computers to predict the outcomes without even needing of a living organism. I hope I answered your. And I apologize if the videos were triggering for you. I should have. No, exactly. Okay. Yeah. So it's a weight drop model. So animals are laid down on a foil, and there is a very lightweight, around 200 or 300 grams of weight. It's falling down on animal's brain from a certain height. And we have made sure that impact doesn't kill animals, doesn't cause any bleeding. It is just a knock on their head, because it's been counted based on the animal's weight and age. So there is minimal surface injury in the animals. They just get a knock in the head, like we do get like in a football or in a hockey, it's not a severe, it's not a moderate TBI. It doesn't penetrate or cause any injury in them. Exactly. So what we do, we give them at least 24 hours to recover from each injury. And if they meet our veterinarian's criteria of health, we give them another impact. So it would mimic if you have a bad concussion, you wouldn't typically go to play the game again. So, but if you're in a stable status, you would go on playing the game, and that's what we do. Yeah.
Does anybody have any last questions for Puyan? Jeff?
So the first question is just a quick point of clarity. So when you talk about susceptible versus resilient animals, do you refer to different species of animal or different individuals? And I'll ask the second question and then give you the mic. The second part, you've been here in Canada long enough to know our love and affinity for hockey, and you've seen the news of professional hockey players suffering CTE later in life, and unfortunately, some committing suicide, some having behavioral issues that put them, in opposition of the law. I'm wondering if some of this behavior testing versus a control could be an earlier indicator of potential CTE issues later in life.
Thank you, very good questions. For your first question, no, they are not different species. They are actually these animals are actually brothers and sisters. They are from the same mother and the same species, but they have different response to the same injury, which is interesting. And we have research, if you're wondering that why some animals are susceptible, we have research by other students, Sarah, in our lab, that shows that response to stress, the cortisol response, for example, it can predispose these animals to being susceptible and resilient. And regarding about your second question, I actually had a slide which I thought it's not that uplifting. It was about the exact same issue about the CTE in the athletes, that the behavioral and emotional burden of a TBI can lead to the depression, isolation, and eventually I had a slide about 4 or 5 football players who committed suicide eventually. I do actually, if I can go back, I have a slide for that. So here, what I was trying to make a point of that, as you see, the susceptible, the red bar, these animals they have been identified or flagged as a susceptible animal at the very first weeks of the injury. But there's a time lag between these behavioral tests and those flagging. So we actually can predict those susceptible animals that they are in higher chance of anxiety and emotional issues, which is actually a biomarker, but it's kind of a given. If you are a very susceptible animal to the injury, you're more likely to develop symptoms. But as I mentioned, if you're even a resilient animal, you still have 40–50% of chance of developing epilepsy compared to the control unhit animals. I hope I answered your question.
Any final questions for Puyan? No? Well, thank you very much. Hold tight. I'm going to get you your package. Thank you so much for being here today. Okay, we're going to take a short break. There is still some refreshments to the side here. Please help yourselves. And I'll call you guys back in a few minutes for the next session.
right, I think we'll keep rolling along here. Again, if you need to get up at any time for some more coffee or any more refreshments, please help yourself. There is lots of fresh fruit. So our next presenter is Dr. Gail Eskis, and she's going to be doing a presentation on making
Well, thanks for sticking it out. I know it's been a long day for a lot of you. And let me know if you can't hear me. I'm Gail Eskis. I'm a clinical neuropsychologist and a professor at Dalhousie University. And I do research on developing how to develop and understand the effects of brain injury or stroke on cognition in individuals. Today I'm not going to talk about my research per se. I'm going to talk about what we've learned about from many decades of research in memory and how that works, and then give you a few tips on how you might be able to use that research to help your own memories. And I would just want to do a little poll here. We don't have a lot of people, but how many of you think your memory is as good as it was 10 years ago? So we have one optimist. How many would like to improve their memory or feel like you could do better? Okay. Oh, and so there you go. So this is what I'm going to be talking to you about. And I really want to thank the Brain Injury Association of Nova Scotia and Rebecca from March of Dimes for inviting me to talk about this, because this is one of my most favorite topics to tell you about. And so I'm going to, in the next little while, as I said, I'm going to give you a bit of a user's guide to memory. What is memory? What do we mean by when we talk about memory? What are the different types of memory? How are memories made? Because if you know how they're made, then it's easier for you to make them yourself more efficiently. And then a few of those tips on how to improve your memory or make it more efficient in times where you would like it to be that way. So you all have been sitting. Whoops. So I'm going to do a little demonstration. And you'll have to bear with me. There aren't very many people here, so I don't know if the demonstration is going to work. But we'll see. And if anything else, it'll at least get you thinking and talking. Okay? So I'm going to do a demonstration on different ways to study or to learn things. And what I want you to do is I'm going to read out a list, a pretty short list of words. And I want you to say to yourself whether the word has an E or a G. Okay? An E or a G in it. And you don't have to write anything down. Just say to yourself, oh yeah, there's an E, or oh yeah, there's a G, or there's an E and a G. Okay? That's all I want you to do. Does that make sense? Okay, and I'm sorry, I know we have a lot of people remotely, and so if you want to try it on your own, please feel free. Okay, so are you ready for the list? Okay, here we go. Evening, country, salt, easy, peace, morning, pretty, expensive, poor, doctor, city, dry. Okay, that's the list. So what were you doing when you were trying to decide whether it was an E or a G? You were what? You were listening, yeah. And how did you determine whether there was an E in it? You visualize it, right? So you saw it in your mind, and you tried to sort of look at, what are the letters in the word? Okay, and when you think about studying or reading something, that's what we do, right? We look at words and we read them. So now I want you to just take a second, and you don't have to write them down if you don't have any paper, but I want you to try to remember and recall the words that I just read to you. Just as many as you can. I'll tell you, I told you 12, if that helps. I'll just give you a minute. And no pressure here. I'm not trying to test your memory or anything. You can just count them on your fingers if you want. Okay, we'll keep it short because I know this has been a long afternoon. So how many remembered 3? Okay, great. How about 5? Very good. Brains are still working this afternoon. How about 7? Okay, a little harder. Okay, and I won't go any further than that. Okay, keep that in mind, and now I have one more way to study. This time, I'm going to read you a list. It's a different list, the same length, and I want you this time to think about whether the word refers to something pleasant or unpleasant to you. Okay? There's no right or wrong answer to that, just what it means to you. Is it pleasant or unpleasant? Okay? Here are the words: cold, love, bargain, war, hate, wet, rich, nurse, pepper, hard, ugly, hat. Okay, what are you doing that time when you're thinking about the word? Right, you're making an association to something that's personal to you, right? Okay, so now I'm going to give you another minute. See if you can remember any of these. You can just count them on your fingers. Okay. How many remembered 3? Okay. About the same number of hands. How about 5? Very good. 7? Hey. 8? Look at this crowd over here. 10. Wow, we're still going. 12? Okay, that was probably too much to ask. But so this is I want you to remember this demonstration as we go through the material, and you'll see, hopefully that'll help you understand what I'm trying to teach you about this. Okay, so maybe I have to do that. You noticed that, did you? There were pairs of words that were opposites. That's right. Cold and hot. Yeah, very good. Yes. It's whatever it meant to you. Yeah. You could have a pepper, or you could pepper someone with questions, or, there could be lots of ways of thinking about pepper. That's true. The fact that you're actually thinking about what does it mean is the critical piece, right? Exactly. Okay. So what is memory? So memory isn't actually just one thing. We have many different types of memories, and they actually operate on different principles, and they live in different parts of your brain. And normally on a day-to-day basis, they all work together, but they can be differentially affected by things like brain injury, lack of sleep, stress, aging. And so knowing about all three of them, we can figure out how can you use one to help the others if they're not working as well. Okay, the first type of memory is in the science world called episodic memory. But what that is really is memory for the daily episodes in your life. They could be events that happen in your remote history, such as where you went to high school. They could be more recent memories, such as what you had for dinner last night. And they could also be your future plans, such as I have to make that doctor's appointment, or I'm going to call my friend, or I want to pay this bill. So this type of memory actually lets you time travel. If you think about it, you can go to your past, and you can also visit your future. This type of memory is very contextual. It has a lot of associations. So when you think about your former high school, you might remember what that locker smelled like, or what the PA system sounded like when they were making announcements, or who your best friend was, or that awful English teacher who made you always check your spelling. So you have emotional associations, you might have sensory associations, and that's that type of daily memory, or your mental diary or planner, is unique in that sense, that it has all those relevant associations. And when we talk about memory, that's usually the one we're talking about. What did I do yesterday? What movie did I see? What was her name? The kicker with this type of memory is that it's actually designed to fade. So if it isn't very important to you, then why keep it around? So it only stays around if you pay attention to it, if you think about it again and again, and you re-experience it or reimagine it. Then your brain knows it's important, and it wants to hold on to it. It's a bit like thinking about telling a story to yourself. And if you continually tell that story, then you're going to hold on to that story. But imagine if your brain stored everything that happened to you, and you were trying to remember something, and you did a little search, and it was like getting a Google search out of it. And you had pages and pages of material that you had to go through to find that one thing that you were trying to remember. So the brain is set up not to do that. It's not set up to store things necessarily. It's only set up to store what's important. And that's the key to that type of memory. The second type of memory is called semantic memory, or your memory for facts and words. It's like your mental encyclopedia. It's like knowing what words mean. What does pepper mean? Or what does capital mean? There's lots of different meanings of the word capital. It's like knowing what's 2 times 3. It's like knowing what's the capital of Saskatchewan. These types of memories don't have a lot of context. You don't really remember very much about when you learned them anymore, unless it was a really extraordinary event. And they tend to feel like they more pop into your head when you're trying to retrieve something like the meaning. In fact, You use words all the time with their meanings, and you don't even think about the fact that you're recalling those meanings. This is the system that actually works with you, and it's necessary for you to interpret everything that's going on around you in terms of making those daily memories. So these two systems have to work together. The third memory system is called your procedural memory system, or your memory, your motor memory, or your memory for skills and habits. So this is a system that's based on skills that you've learned or routines that you've done over and over and over again, so much so that they're done without thinking anymore. They're habits. It's like riding a bicycle, or being, if you're a skilled typist, typing on the keyboard. Or it's also can be very, if you do things the same way every day, it can also be things like where you put your keys, and you just automatically put them on the key stand. A lot of our behavior is guided by these habits. And in some ways, that's a good thing, because it lets us multitask. So when you're driving your car, or you're walking down the road, or even just brushing your teeth, you don't have to think about how to brush your teeth. You do that automatically, and that lets you think about, what am I going to do tomorrow, or, what am I going to wear to bed, or, making plans. And so that's a good thing. We're set up to be able to set things on automatic so that we can get a lot of things done when we need to. The downside to that is that when you're doing things on automatic, you're not really experiencing them. So how many of you had the experience of driving your car home from work and realizing that you don't even remember the trip? Or, going on even on the bus and taking the same route each time and thinking about, what happened on that particular trip? So you put things on automatic, and you were probably doing more planning about what you were going to do when you got there, etc. So it's a good system. We need this system because it allows us to operate and to function, but it's a system that can get in your way if you're using it too much and all the time. This is kind of slow, isn't it? There we go. So now I want to get into how our memory's made as a way of illustrating how these systems work. So actually, memory isn't like something that's in a filing cabinet in your brain. I always wait not quite long enough. And memories are actually stored as a network or traces in your brain. And that network is created by the parts of the brain that are active when you're actually experiencing that event. So when you are, you're sitting here listening to me, you're hearing me, you're seeing me, you're thinking about things perhaps. Maybe you feel the uncomfortable because you've been sitting for so long. All of these impressions are happening at the same time. And memories are formed then by those parts of the brain that are active actually connecting up. And we know this, and we give credit to this idea to actually Donald O. Hebb, who was a native Nova Scotian. And he's a very famous neuroscientist. And he said, cells that fire together, that is, the parts of your brain that are active, wire together. So when you're doing something, experiencing something, those parts of the brain that are firing are actually making temporary connections with each other. And the more you're actively experiencing something, the more things you're taking in or associating with, the more pieces of the brain are active, and the more rich the network is. And the network becomes stronger when it's more complicated and you've got more pieces to it, and with re-experiencing that network. And in fact, when you go to retrieve something, which I'll tell you about in a minute, you're actually activating that same network. So it's really important to think about this as a very active memory trace. Now, there are actually 3 steps. So this is a talk about threes. The 3 memory systems, which are episodic, semantic, procedural, right. And now we're going to have 3 steps to making memory. The first step is receiving, then recording, then retrieving. I call it the 3 R's. Okay, so I'm going to tell you about each one. Receiving is when you put the spotlight on whatever is going on, and you do this active experiencing, and you are engaged and paying attention to whatever is going on at the moment. So this attention and this experiencing is what allows you to create that rich network that is going to eventually hook up together and maintain that memory in your brain. And it's really think about it as sort of creating this network is really like creating a story about this particular thing that's going on. And having that story and all those links then makes it easier to get to again later. And the more the links are personally relevant, the more the links are maybe perhaps associating with things that you already know, the stronger the memory trace is going to be. So just as an example, when we did those 2 different types of study skills, the E's and the G's, you weren't really thinking about what the word meant. You were thinking about what does it look like. And so your visual system was really active, and you were really looking at the words. You know, it's sort of like you could read a book that way, but you don't remember it as well as if you're thinking about, oh, is this pleasant or unpleasant, and what does that mean, and how do I relate to that? So those are the 2 these kinds of ways of dealing with this information creates very different traces in the brain. Recording is the next step. Now, recording is really about creating those links and making them more permanent. And that actually takes structural changes in the brain. And these changes take time. It can take hours, days, months. And these changes are very vulnerable until they become more permanent. And that's why things like when you have a brain injury, you might not remember recent things right before the injury because your network hasn't yet hooked up very well. And so it's interrupted. Stress can decrease the ease with which your brain creates those links. Not getting enough sleep. Medications can interfere. So this is an ongoing dynamic process. And the more these links are revisited, the stronger they get. So retrieving is actually a very active process in which the network or the traces are reactivated again. So all those links are active, and just the act of retrieving the information is helping make those links stronger. It's helping them wire together better. So when you are trying to remember something, sometimes it starts with, an activation of maybe a little thing that is related to it. Like, I don't know if you've ever had the experience of smelling cinnamon and having that remind you of the wonderful cinnamon buns your mother used to make, or a wonderful, meal that you had. And odor happens to be a very particularly salient cue for us. But there are lots of other cues. And when you hear or think or see or smell those cues, when that gets active, it can activate the rest of the network that it's hooked up to. And that's why cues help you remember. So in this retrieving bit, then it's an active activation that is good for the trace, because every time it gets activated, the trace gets stronger. Okay, so now we're into now that I've sort of gone through some of the background material, now we're into what can I do then? How can I use it to make my memory better? Well, I have good news and I have not so good news. The good news is that every single one of you can make your memory better by knowing some of this information and by using some of these tips. The bad news, or the less good news, is that it takes a lot of practice. And it's something that basically has to become a habit. Just like relearning, how to walk again if you've had an injury. I don't know if there's anyone in here who's had to do that, but it takes a long time to really, relearn something like that. And so developing a way to improve your memory is basically like learning a new skill, and those skills take time and practice and practice and practice. So I'm going to tell you some tips now, and they might work for you right away, but I encourage you, if you're going to decide that you want to use some of them, not to get too frustrated by it, because it does take a while before they can become more habit. So the first thing is, let's talk about those 3 R's. What are they? I've already given you the first one. Receiving. What's the next one? Recording. And the third one? Retrieving. Okay. So I'm going to talk about how can you improve each of those steps, and what would be ways that you could do that. Now, I'm only going to brush the surface here, but at least it'll give you an idea of what's involved. So in terms of better receiving, the first thing that you have to do is start with the intention to remember. Gone are the days when you are 3 years old or 2 years old, and it just seems like your brain is a sponge. And the kids learn so much every day. They just seem to be soaking it up. As we get older and older, it has to become much more intentional. And intentional in the sense of then using really good habits in which you approach the event you want to remember, the name you want to remember, the telephone number, whatever. So the first thing to do is to intend. You have to intend to do it. And that intention then turns on that spotlight and that attention that will go better towards giving you that active experience. So creating that story or that network really does depend on making sense of it and associating it with things that you know. And even maybe thinking about it from an emotional point of view, making it personal, and organizing the material. And we've done a little bit of that already. I've told you the 3 R's. That's a way to organize the material to help you recall it later. So there are tricks like that that you can use. Organization is also a way to put together things in a timeline, and sometimes that helps. So for instance, if you've lost your keys, sometimes it's good to just go back in your memory about what did you do, right? What did you do first, then second, then third, then fourth, and kind of create that temporal time frame to help you out. Now I'm going to give you some examples of how you can use associations and logical organization to remember things. The first one is PIN numbers. How many here need pins? Yeah, everyone's got to raise their hand. And how many have more than one? ACK. It's a real, it's like a nightmare. It's like the modern nightmare is remembering your PINs and passwords. Well, I'm not saying that this is the best way to do it, but here is an example of how you can use this idea of relating things to what you know and organizing them as a way to retrieve things more easily. So for instance, when you need a 4-letter PIN or 4-number PIN, 4 numbers, you know, they're sort of arbitrary, 2, 3, 3, 5. How are you going to remember that? You know you're not supposed to use the easy ones, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, or 9, 8, 7, 6, or your birthday, or things like that. But you could make connections between words that you know and numbers, such as, if you think about it, cave, if you think about the letters on a keyboard, on a pin pad, cave turns into 2, 3, 3, 5. And time turns into 8, 4, 6, 3. Now, 8, 4, 6, 3 isn't so easy to remember, but time would be a lot easier. It's something that you might know already. And the thing to do is to pick a word that you relate to whatever it is that you're trying to use the PIN for, and then you can create the number of letters, or the numbers that you need. Another way to do it is to create a sentence with the same number of letters that you need to remember. So for instance, my dog has fleas is 2, 3, 3, 5. It's a lot easier to remember my dog has fleas, or some other phrase that you might find more relevant. I think right now we'd be saying my dog has ticks, because that's pretty common these days. But those kinds of things, you know, would help you then associate your number to a phrase that you already would find easier to retrieve. Does that make sense? Yep. What about passwords? Well, with passwords, you could create a string of first letters with a personally relevant sentence. So for a bank password, you know, I immediately thought of the Beatles song, "You Never Give Me Money," or "You Never Give Me Your Money." And you could take the first letter of each of those words, and now you have a string of nonsense letters. And if that silly password needs a symbol, because some of them do, then you can use a relevant symbol, like the $sign, for something like that. And now you've got, you know, a longish password with a symbol on it, and that you can use that for your PIN, or for your password. The same with you know, the library password. If you use a Libby or, you know, the library website, pick the name of your favorite book, you know, The Lord of the Rings for me. And you can use the first letters of that, or use the last letters. But whatever you decide to do it consistently. So you don't have to remember what your strategy is. You make that a habit. But then if you have a book that you really, really like, it'll be so much easier to remember that password. So here what we've done here is associated something meaningless to something that means something to you, and organized it in a way that allows you to pull it back out in the right order. Better recording. Well, this is about keeping the brain healthy. This is about getting you know, a healthy brain is an efficient brain, and it can link up better. So exercising and getting physical activity, getting sleep, you've heard all these, decrease your stress. These are all really important for your brain health. Take the meds that you've been given if you are taking meds for hypertension. Keep a good diet. All of those things also help your brain work better and helps with your memory. Better retrieving. Well, the first thing is the obvious thing: calendars, notes, alarms, lists. They all give you those cues that help you remember. And, you know, if I'm going to the grocery store for 5 items, I can actually create a little story with those 5 items if I want to be clever, or I can just write them down, right? And so you need to sort of decide, what's the best thing for the occasion. But so sometimes these external, helps are the best way to do it. And routines and habits are important, in order to do things the same way. But here is probably one of the more powerful ways to learn something new, and that's called space repetition. And what that means is you basically test yourself at longer and longer intervals. So this does not mean just repeating it to yourself over and over again. This means saying it and then waiting a little while with distraction or whatever, and then saying it to yourself again. It's a bit like how I've said, what are the 3 types of memory? Episodic, semantic, and procedural. Okay, so we've been actually doing a little bit of space repetition there. What are the 3 R's? Receiving, recording, retrieving. Okay, so when you're trying to learn something, repeating it to yourself. And I use this when I'm going home, and I know I have to remember when I get home to call someone, or especially if I'm driving the car and I can't write it down, I'll say to myself, call Mary. And then a few minutes later, or a few seconds later, I'll say, call Mary. And then I'll wait a little longer, and then I'll deliberately say it to myself, call Mary. And this repeating things again and again really does make a difference in terms of how easy it is to retrieve when you get home. And you want to start with short intervals, and then you gradually lengthen them as you get better and better at it. This is the way I learn my students' names when I'm teaching a seminar. 10 students is above my limit for remembering right away. So I have to consciously relate the name to the face. So I'll go through them all, and then a couple of minutes later, I'll go through them again. A few minutes later, I'll go through them again. And then I'll wait a while, and then I'll come back to them. And I tell you, it's a really powerful technique. Okay, this is a talk of 3s. So what is memory? Episodic, semantic, and procedural. What are the steps to a good memory? The 3 R's: receiving, recording, retrieving. How can I improve my memory? Well, hopefully you've been able to see how knowing how those 3 R's work and how they operate at least gives you some hints about how you can enhance one or more of them when you're actually trying to make a new memory. And you have to remember that no memory is perfect, and you don't want to remember everything, so you need to pick the important things and work with those, and don't worry about the unimportant stuff. Don't sweat the small stuff, as they say. And I'm open for questions. And so this is a quick synopsis of what we do. We give memory boot camps. We've done them here at the library, and we've also done them online. And we'll be probably setting up another set in the spring. So if you're interested in something like that, we do the short one is 3 sessions. Happy to give you more information if you're interested. Just send me an email, and there's my email. Okay. Oh, thank you. Yes, you need that.
Were there any questions before before we wrap up the session.
Thank you. That was a great presentation. And I find that my memory is really declining as I age. But I wonder about minimizing distractions. Like, I find that a really important part of the workday. Like, you're in a call, there's somebody calling you on the phone, you're getting an email, and every time you start something, you're being interrupted to move on to something else. Like, how does that impact your memory? And obviously, it's not good. But what are your thoughts about that, about minimizing distractions?
Yeah, Rebecca, I mean, that's really about, the distractions make it hard to really focus on one thing, which is what you need for that initial receiving, right? And the experience, the active experiencing. So definitely, our lives have gotten so, it's just so busy now. And, the emails coming in, you see it coming on your screen, you're trying to have a Zoom meeting. And the phone is ringing, and maybe your dog is barking because you're home, and you're working at home. So I think all of those things really work against. The thing about it is keeping track of what is it that's really important to remember, okay? Because we can't always work in a silo where nothing else is going on. So it's really about, okay, if this is really distracting, then maybe the thing to do is to record something that you want to then go back to later that you can now focus your attention on, right? And we've got more opportunities now for recording meetings, for instance, if something is really going on that you're interested in, but you can't pay attention because, the dog wants to go out and other things. So just definitely distraction is a really important one that will interfere with that initial receiving. It also can interfere with, if it's making you stressed out too. I mean, that's not going to help. And also when you're trying to remember something, if the loud music or if you're hearing things or you've got lots of conversations going on, it makes it harder to remember things too, because again, that retrieval is very active. It needs a lot of attention. So yep, definitely distraction. Thanks for mentioning that.
So is it fair to say that stress or just any kind of brain injury, and maybe that's what could impact the kind of practices you're talking about, the stress or a brain injury generally could impact the memory problem?
Yeah, I mean, you have to think, stress does a lot of things to your brain and your body. And, our last talk was also talking about how stress and the cortisol response could affect how you respond to brain injury. So, you have all of these things happening when you're under stress. And, stress isn't necessarily all from negative events. You can get stressed out from your, upcoming wedding, right? Or the new house that you're finally so happy you got, but now you have to move into it, right? So all those things are stressful. And you have to think about it. When you're stressed out, what are you doing? You're ruminating. You're sort of thinking about, oh my God, I've got to, is that guest list okay? Who have I put next to? There's so many details you have to remember. Or the move that you're making. Or, the injury that you've had. You're in the rehab. You have to see the physio, you have to see the OT, you have to see the social worker. You've got this schedule you need to follow. All of those things are making it harder to focus on what's important right now. And there is a reason for why mindfulness is becoming so popular, is that it's really about learning how to be in the present and paying attention to what's happening right now. And that is the hardest thing to do. I don't know if any of you have ever tried doing meditation, but it is hard work initially when you're trying to learn it. And then as you get practiced at it, it turns into something much more effortless. But initially, your mind, it's like your mind is a monkey mind. You can't focus on one thing for more than a second or two. So, if you try this, if you just sort of try the little experiment where you're supposed to focus on your breathing and not think about anything else, how long can you actually do that? Now, those who've practiced are better at it, but your mind just goes flitting around. And so it's that monkey mind that really gets in the way of the active experiencing that we need. And so stress not only does a number on the brain, it can also influence the way you're just sort of coping with the day-to-day activities that you're going on. And all of that can be compounded by brain injury, which means your brain isn't efficient anyways, right? Especially depending on where the injury is. Sometimes it could also affect parts of the brain that are actually really important for making memories. So I haven't mentioned anything about which areas of the brain are important for memory, but there's a little area of the brain called your hippocampus, which is sort of deep in the middle of your brain. And it's the one thing that orchestrates all that network connections to make those memories. And if you don't have a healthy hippocampus, then you're not gonna be able to make those connections. And we know this from a number of classic case studies, starting with HM, or Henry Molaison now, as he's now been revealed, who had surgery for epilepsy, and they took out both of his temporal lobes. And in the temporal lobe, you have the hippocampus. And they had to take out both because of his intractable epilepsy. And when he woke up, he couldn't make memories anymore. He could remember he could remember things like what are the meaning of words, facts. His semantic memory was good. And his procedural memories were great, but he couldn't form daily memories. So from that case study, we learned, first of all, that these types of memories can be separated in the brain, and also which areas are really important. And the hippocampus is one area that shrinks as we get older. Another piece of news. Sorry about that. I don't mean to end this on a negative note. The thing is that you can help your hippocampus by using your semantic memory, which stays really strong as we continue to get older. In fact, we get better, we get smarter as we get older, at least wiser. Look after your hippocampus, for sure. Okay.
Thank you, Gail. All right. We're getting towards the end of the day, folks. I think I speak on behalf of Brain Injury Nova Scotia and March of Dimes for all of you for sticking through the day with us. And for those of you still online with us, we appreciate you as well. Coming up, we have Summer Fox talking about virtual reality for stroke rehabilitation in Nova Scotia. So Summer Fox is a Master's of Science in Clinical Psychology student at Acadia University. Her current research interests pertain to how technology can be used to enhance the accessibility of healthcare services for stroke patients. So if Summer is ready, I'm going to call her on down, and let's give her a hand.
All right. Can you hear me okay? Okay, perfect. So good afternoon, everyone, and I second that. I know people have been here since 8 a.m., 9 a.m. this morning, so thank you for hanging in there and being here this afternoon with us. And thank you as well to the audience tuning in from wherever you're tuning in and being here with us today. So it's wonderful to be here. I've really enjoyed listening to everyone's talks. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for inviting me here today to talk to you about the work that is going on at Acadia. So I'm going to be speaking to you today on virtual reality for stroke rehabilitation in Nova Scotia. So I'll be speaking to you on behalf of the Computational and Applied Neuroscience Lab at Acadia. So I'm really lucky that I get to work with Dr. Dan Bluestein, who is here with us today. He is Associate Professor of Psychology at Acadia University, as well as an affiliate scientist with Nova Scotia Health. We also are working with Kyla Harris, a nurse practitioner at the Valley Regional Hospital, and Aidan Fisk, who is our virtual reality programmer at Acadia. Oh, did I send it backwards? Yes, I did. Okay. So before I start talking, I wanted to start off with a question for the audience here. And if you're at home, feel free to drop something in the chat as well. So show of hands or nodding, who here has heard of virtual reality before? Okay, so a lot of people. That's really good. And so of the people who have heard of it, who's ever used it? Yeah, pretty good bunch. Okay. And so when I say the words virtual reality, what do you think of? And feel free to shout it out or put it in the chat. Definitely. So that's really a common response that we hear is when people hear virtual reality, they instantly think of video games. And so even there was a study done recently with computer programming students where they asked them, what do you think we can use virtual reality for? And the thing that they were most likely to endorse was video gaming. So that's something that's a really common perception. So we're talking about virtual reality today. So I wanted to start off by giving a shared definition that we can all reflect back to. So what is virtual reality? So what it is it's a type of head-mounted display system. So that means that you put it on your head, and it really immerses you into a 3D environment. So you can see on the slide here, that is a head-mounted display system. It's called the MetaQuest 2, and it's what we use in a lot of our research. So what you do is you put it on, and the individual, wherever they turn, are going to be put into a virtual space. So they're no longer going to see what's around them. I could put on a virtual reality headset right now, and I wouldn't see you. I would see whatever was going onto the headset. So you can kind of compare it to when you're working on a computer. In front of you, you have a 2D screen that you can see and engage with using a mouse or a keyboard. But when you put on virtual reality, you can turn to the left or the right or do a 360 spin, and you're going to still be in that virtual world. Point at you? Okay. Oh. There we go. Okay. So let's talk about some of the uses of VR. So already we identified that one of the most popular ones that we think of right away is gaming. So there's a lot of potential uses for gaming with virtual reality. It's kind of similar to using a Switch or using an Xbox or a PS4. You can go out and you can buy a game and you can put it on the headset and engage with it. And there really are a variety of different types of games. There's exercise types games where you can do things like golfing or boxing, as well as games kind of like their take on Guitar Hero, if anyone remembers that from way back early 2000s, where you reach out and you can hit beats in time with the music. So there really is a variety of games. But personally, I find some of the more interesting applications of virtual reality is things like education, mental health, tourism, and rehabilitation. So in the education context, we might not think of the potential uses of virtual reality right away, but they're actually quite plentiful. So in the context of training medical students, you can even think about how there's been studies with radiography students, where they've been able to train these students how to position their clients, as well as how to take certain scans from certain directions, so they can really get different viewpoints of how to work with clients. And also we've seen that when people receive this kind of VR training for radiography, and we compare it to a baseline group who has gotten the typical standard training, they're actually faster at getting scans and they make fewer errors when positioning participants. So we see that there is an advantage. Virtual reality has also been used in terms of teaching medical students the structures of the heart, so getting a really interactive way to engage and pull back the layers and learn the structures. There's also uses in education that aren't for medical context. So we've seen that people have used it for business students to train them how to give better presentations. So you can put on a VR headset and it can track where your eyes are looking, as well as how many filler words you're using, such as so and like. And please don't judge me if I use those words today. And basically what you can do is look back on that feedback and learn how to be better with your presentations. So really VR can be used as an improvement tool in the education context. We also know that it can be used for mental health, and kind of the classic example you can think of with this would be phobias. So if an individual has a fear of something, typically what we do with the client is exposure therapy. So we expose them to what they're afraid of. And if you think about someone who has a fear of flying or a fear of heights, with a fear of flying, it can be quite cost prohibitive to do this kind of work because airplane tickets are expensive. So what we can do is actually create a virtual environment that simulates a plane. We can put someone in the middle seat, we can have sounds coming in that sounds just like an airplane, we can have a pilot coming over the PA system, and you can really create that authentic experience of being on a plane without having to pay for the ticket. So it can be used in a mental health context as well. And kind of a more recent application as well is tourism. So especially when you think about the COVID-19 pandemic, people weren't really traveling anywhere. So something that they did was create VR tourism. So you can technically put on a headset and experience going to a location that's far away from you. And it has a really interesting economic implication in that we know that once participants experience putting on that headset and seeing a faraway destination, their actual intent to travel to it increases, as well as their sense of well-being. You get that feeling of when you're on a vacation, except you're in virtual reality. So again, seeing the impact for mental health as well as economy with tourism. But I think the reason why I was asked to be here today and what I really want to talk to you about is the use for rehabilitation. So rehabilitation has been done with virtual reality before, and if you hear me refer to it as VR, that's just because it's the same name, the abbreviation. And so what we know is that when we have individuals use virtual reality for stroke rehabilitation, we see improvements in strength, mobility, attention, memory, as well as reducing potential motor deficits in the upper limb, and we also see enhanced self-care abilities. So you might be wondering at this point, okay, well, Summer, we already have a standard of care. Why would we want to invest in this? And so the reason for that, and as some of you probably know sitting here today, is that there is actually quite a few barriers to stroke rehabilitation. So these are some of the more commonly cited ones that we see in the literature and that we hear survivors telling us. So there can be issues with transportation. So it can be really challenging to get to and from a clinic or a hospital, especially if they're dependent on a caregiver or someone else that they have to coordinate getting to and from appointments with. Can definitely be a barrier to accessing these services. And also distance is a really important barrier. So we know based on census data that 41.1% of Nova Scotians live in rural areas. And we also know that stroke survivors who live in rural areas are significantly less likely than survivors who live in urban areas to access services for rehabilitation. And this could potentially be because there's fewer services available in rural areas. It's not quite clear. We do know that rural stroke survivors are significantly less likely to see an occupational therapist post-stroke. So regardless of why rural stroke survivors aren't accessing these services, we do know that distance remains a barrier. In addition, availability of services is an issue. So we're in Halifax today and we're close to some major hospitals, but we do know that these wait times can be long. And this is because our systems are taxed, right? There's a lot of inflow of patients. And so I checked the website this week just out of curiosity to see what the wait time is. And so right now for referrals to physical medicine and rehabilitation, the average wait time for semi-urgent cases is 114.9 days and 122.6 days for non-urgent care. So it really is, there's a lot of people in the system and it's hard to see everyone all at once. And on top of that is cost. It can be very expensive to pay for physiotherapy time over time, and mobility can also be a barrier to stroke rehabilitation in terms of getting to and from appointments, especially for participants I'm sorry, you can tell that I do research because I go back and forth between survivor and participant, my apologies. We know that mobility can be a barrier if they struggle to get out of the physical home because they can't access home-based services. So with those in mind, going to say oh, there we go. I gave a spoiler. Pretend that you didn't see that. In addition to that, rehabilitation exercises can be very frustrating and challenging. So typically when we think of rehabilitation exercises, one of the first things that may come to mind may be repetitive movements. So this is something that is very effective. And things like the GRASP protocol, which is kind of a basic standard of care that may get sent home with stroke survivors, it includes tasks like repeatedly squeezing a tennis ball or like reaching out and grabbing a glass. So while these are effective, it can be quite monotonous and boring. And so when you do that, there might not be a lot of motivation to go and sit down and do these exercises if you aren't really enjoying doing them. On top of that, we know that some of these rehabilitation exercises require materials or assembly. This is especially true for when we do mirror therapy. So for that, you either need to have a mirror box like you see on the screen there, or try to balance a mirror up against something else so that you can get that feedback of seeing the non-stroke affected limb in motion. And so that can be time consuming to try and find that. And in addition, we also know that you have to use materials sometimes like cubes or putty to complete some exercises. And so if a stroke survivor can't find those in their home before they start doing the exercises, again, it's another barrier. I can't find those right now. I'll revisit this maybe in a couple of days. So again, it can be a barrier to accessing that treatment and to actually following through on doing the exercises. And also, these exercises can get quite messy. I think when I think of the classic stroke rehabilitation exercise, I think of pouring a bottle of water into glasses. And so if you think about it, if you make a slight twitch or a wrong move, water is going to get on the table, which can be very frustrating when you're just trying to do a rehabilitation exercise and instead end up with a mess. And in addition, these exercises can be quite difficult. So ideally, these exercises are going to be scaffolded in that when survivors start doing them, it's going to meet their motor ability, push them a little bit further. But it's not always a perfect match. So it can be very frustrating when you're trying to do an exercise and it's just too difficult for where you're at right now. So to summarize what I've said so far, accessing rehabilitation services can be difficult because of the barriers of distance, of cost, of mobility, of the wait lists, and also they can be quite frustrating and challenging because of the need to do repetitive movements, assemble materials, and as well as the fact that it can get messy and be difficult. So this is why we're proposing a virtual reality solution. There we go. So, what we've been doing in our lab is we've been developing a low-cost and portable virtual reality system that stroke survivors can use to engage in really immersive and engaging virtual reality exercises. So as we've talked about, these exercises have been done before using virtual reality, but what sets ours apart is the fact that it's portable and it's low cost. So prior research that has done some VR rehabilitation work in clinics where it's not portable has used systems that cost $1 million. So it can be quite pricey. And so if a clinic wants to invest in this, they only have to pay the $420 up front to get a commercially available headset like the MetaQuest 2, which you can see on a participant right over there. And then they'd be able to offer this portable treatment to stroke survivors. So what we do with this VR headset is we allow participants to choose from one of 14 plus different activities. So we've developed a library with the help of our virtual reality programmer of different exercises that they can do that can facilitate gross reach movement, reaching and grasping, as well as that precision grasp movement that you typically get with rehabilitation exercises. So how we do this is we divide it up into two types of tasks you can do. We have your more classic activities of daily living. So those are the exercises that you might be more likely to see in a standard rehabilitation program. So you can see an example of that on the slide here, which is actually our take on doing bottle pour with cups in virtual reality. So you can see someone's virtual reality hand in the top left of the image there pouring that bottle. And then in addition to that, we also have gamified tasks. So these gamified tasks are really designed to be engaging and fun. So to take away that idea of rehabilitation being work. And instead, you're doing something that's going to be engaging. You're going to try to get a high score and try to beat someone else. So this on the slide is our take on Pac-Man. So basically what we have participants do, and this is a precision grasp task, we have them come in and they make a fist. And depending on how tight they make this fist, we're able to move that dog up and down. So as they do this repetitive movement over and over and over again, they control that dog, so it tries to get as many of those circles as possible. So really a game-based task. And so on the next slide, oh yeah, oh, well thank you. So we have a quick little video here so you can see for yourself. Sam will get you to press that if you don't mind. So this is an example of a game that we call 3D Caterpillar. So this is a gross reaching task. So you're going to see on the right is Aiden, our VR programmer. So that's his movements in the physical space. And on the left is his view. So he's doing these gross reaching movements, and he's trying to get all of these apples for the caterpillar. So very, very hungry caterpillar coded. Oh, and I'm supposed to point up here. You think I'd learn. And so the other really neat part of what we've developed into this technology is motor amplification. So essentially what motor amplification is that we're able to amplify the movement in stroke survivors' hands. So the whole idea of motor amplification is that post-stroke, learned non-use can happen. So essentially a stroke survivor may have reduced mobility in one limb. Because it's really frustrating to use, they stop using the limb. So something that we've seen in the research is that when we use motor amplification, stroke survivors are significantly more likely to use their stroke-affected limb in daily living activities outside of the virtual environment. So really it facilitates using that limb more. And so what's different about our program is that the program that originally used this was the one that cost $1 million. So down to 420 we thought was pretty good. And so what we can do with this is we can apply the motor amplification to 3 different metrics. So range of motion, which I'm going to show you an example of on the next slide. Grasp force, so if someone can only go like this with their stroke-affected limb, we can make it a full fist in the virtual world. So even though in the physical world it's still going to look like this, they're going to get that visual feedback in the virtual world of looking like a fully closed fist. In addition, we can also do wrist rotation, so they may only be able to rotate, say, 30 degrees in the physical world. We can make it look like 90 degrees in the virtual. So we can apply this amplification to multiple types of movement. And Sam, if you wouldn't mind pressing that button again. So this is an example of motor amplification in action. So the left hand is typically your normal range of movement, and on the right, you're going to see that it's doubled by about 2 times. So all the way out there. And really what you can't see is that what's going on behind the scenes in the physical space is the individual is going like this and this, so equal movement, but it looks like double in the virtual world. So we wouldn't have stroke survivors coming in and going, hey, why is my right hand so much further away than my left? Instead, what we would do is we would take the range of motion for the non-affected limb and we would make it match in the right. So any deficit that exists in the stroke-affected limb would be made equal in the virtual environment. So getting rid of that deficit for the purpose of doing the virtual reality exercises with the intention being that learned non-use is less likely to happen. Oh. So something else that we feel that sets our technology apart is that we try to make it as user-friendly as possible. So some of the features that really help with this sense of being user-friendly is that we have a virtual coach. So he kind of looks like Dan, who is in this room with us, so maybe you can spot him, I don't know. And so this virtual coach is able to model the movements to our stroke survivors. So when they're given, a list of instructions of do these exercises, but they don't really have a visual, that can be very frustrating and a barrier to doing the exercises in the first place. So we have this visual model who also will provide verbal instructions of how to do each exercise. In addition, we have hand tracking. So some of you, I know a lot of you here today have used VR before, so you may be familiar with the fact that oftentimes there's 2 controllers, so you hold them with both of your arms. But the issue with this is that it can require fine motor skills to navigate them because there's small buttons that you have to press, and it can also reduce what we call a sense of embodiment, so feeling one with the technology. So instead what we do is we use sensors in the headset that actually track the user's range of movement. So within a circle around the individual, we're able to see anytime they move their hand or their leg, and we can track that movement. So there's no need for controllers. In addition, we've developed multiple navigation options for the technology, so individuals can actually just speak to the coach. So they can say things like continue or repeat if they want to hear an instruction again or just to skip over it. And we also gave participants the ability to just reach out and press a button, because we realized that for individuals post-stroke, they may have a hard time with speech, so we wanted to make sure that it was accessible to everyone by also having those button options. So altogether, while having motor amplification and things like a virtual coach and hand tracking isn't novel to the idea of virtual reality, bundling all of it together and offering it for a low-cost way to hospitals and clinics is, and that's kind of what sets this work apart. And so something else that was really important to us as we developed this technology was really having a user-centered design approach. So one of the first things that we did was we met with Kyla Harris, who is a nurse practitioner at the Valley Regional Hospital, and we formed a collaboration with their stroke unit. And this collaboration has really been invaluable for us in the sense that we've been able to work directly with their stroke unit coordinator, nurse practitioners, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, and really get the advice of experts on how can we make this technology as effective and engaging as possible for stroke survivors. So we've even been able to take the technology to the hospital and do demos with them so we can get their direct feedback. And it's been incredibly helpful as they've helped us to come up with ways to get participants to repeat movement so they can get that bonus of repeating a movement to strengthen the neural connection and being more likely to regain that mobility. And so that's been a really valuable resource for us. In addition to that, when we did this project, it was really important to us that we consulted with the stakeholders who were most impacted by this work, and that is stroke survivors themselves. So we're currently working with 3 stroke survivors as patient partners on this project. And so their role was we met with them and we described to them what we want to achieve with this. So basically having a portable, low-cost system that can be an alternative to standard rehabilitation and also take some of the stress off of our current healthcare systems, because as you saw, the wait times can be long. And so after we explained the project and they agreed to be part of it, they tried out the technology for themselves. And so we've gotten really interesting feedback from them that we've been able to incorporate into the design of our technology. One of those things was different ways to navigate with the technology. It was a stroke survivor who approached us and said, you know what, I'm fine using the voice commands, but when I think back to my early days post-stroke, it would have been maybe nice to have buttons instead. So we incorporated the buttons. And so getting this feedback has really helped us strengthen, we believe, our technology. And so what's currently happening for us with this project is just last week, we sent one of our stroke survivors home with the VR headset. And so he's going to provide us with some feedback on how he finds using the headset in his own home. Because it's one thing for someone to come into the lab or into a clinic and to try out the headset, but it's another for them to be doing it in their own homes when we're not there to explain something or to show how to do it. So we're really looking forward to getting feedback from this survivor on what we could improve, what we could change, what they really like about the system as it is right now. So kind of to summarize again where we're at, because I know I'm sharing a lot of information with you all, and it's late on a Friday afternoon, so I'm aware that maybe some of the things I'm saying, it's like, oh. So where we're at with this was we have this low-cost, user-friendly technology that we've been developing with hospital staff and testing out with actual stroke survivors to get their feedback. But we had some big questions that still remained. So I'll draw your attention to this statistic right here. So this was from a paper that was published in 2021, working with stroke survivors and asking them, how likely would you be to use technology for rehabilitation? So you can see that 100% of younger stroke survivors, so less than or equal to 45 years old, 66.7% of middle-aged stroke survivors, so they classified that as 45 to 65 years old, and 63.6% of older stroke survivors, greater than or equal to 65 years old, were interested in using technology for rehabilitation. So I don't know about all of you, but even though I'm working with virtual reality, when I think of technology, the first thing I think of are computers and cell phones, things like that. So we don't know with this study if they were also thinking of that when these survivors answered, but my guess is yes. So I wonder if we asked them about virtual reality, what would they think? Would they be more or less likely to try it out? We don't really know. And so keeping in mind that the middle-aged and older stroke survivors weren't as interested in using technology for rehabilitation, we can look at the demographic breakdown from the Government of Canada of who experiences strokes. So we know that strokes affect people across the lifespan, that it's not unique to one demographic or one age group. But you can see that there is a significant increase from ages 50 onwards that they are more likely to experience a stroke. So, this really brought us to a junction of our research. If we know that only 64 to 66% of stroke patients who are middle-aged or older adults, which constitute a large proportion of the population of stroke survivors in Canada, are interested in using technology for rehabilitation, would they be willing to try out our technology? So it's great to develop technology that is effective and engaging, but what really matters is that people are willing to use it and that they're willing to exact the benefit from it. So our research question became, would individuals use it, or would preconceived barriers and attitudes towards technology, things like thinking that it can only be used for games, which is a really common sentiment, impede their ability to uptake the technology? So this really started a second study for us. So what we did was we worked with a population of 62 healthy older adults in the Annapolis Valley. So we worked with older adults and not stroke survivors for this, just because it was easier to recruit that way. And we figured it would be representative based on the demographic of the attitudes. And so we recruited these participants for a study that had two main objectives. The first was, are older adults willing to try VR rehabilitation technology? So getting at, is VR too much of a barrier, or are people willing to try? And can exposure to virtual reality change older adults' attitudes to the technology? So getting information about virtual reality or experiencing it for yourself, can that change what you think about it? So what we did was we recruited these 62 participants and we randomly divided them into two study conditions. So the first study condition was a virtual reality experience. So we actually had participants come into the lab and try out our VR technology. And the second was just giving participants a VR informational handout. So providing them with some basic information on what virtual reality is and how you can use it. So with this, what we were getting at was we were curious to see if in order for an attitude change to take place, do you have to experience virtual reality for yourself, or is it sufficient to just learn more about it? So to give you more information on what these study conditions look like, in our VR condition, and you can see one of our participants on the left there, we had them come in and we had them complete a survey. So on the survey were 5 key statements, things like, I think virtual reality would be easy to use. And we asked them to identify their agreement with these statements, so really getting at their attitudes towards the technology. We then provided them with a 15-minute VR experience. So you can see on this slide 4 of our different VR activities. So on the top left is what we call block stacking, and Sam will get you to press the play button on the left video there. And so this participant is actually doing block stacking, so you can see them moving those blocks up, and basically with that you're making a tower as quickly as you can. On the right you can see our 3D caterpillar task, which you already saw the video of. They then completed bottle pour, so a classic activity of daily living. And then they completed a gamified task in which they had to hold a hoop and pull it over a wire several times. So we really wanted them to experience these 4 different activities that we might actually use with stroke survivors. And then after they completed these 4 activities, we had them revisit those statements that they first saw when they came into the lab, and we asked them again to indicate their agreement with the statements so we can get an idea of, did that exposure change their attitudes? And then in our other condition, we gave people a VR informational handout. So they first came in, again, saw those 5 statements, and they had to indicate their agreement with them. And then we gave them this handout. So on it is just some basic information about what VR is, how you can move through it, a quote from one of our study participants, and then on the back we gave them some survey trivia, just so they could get some experience of testing their own knowledge of what they remembered from doing the exercise. And then after that, we had them revisit those 5 statements, but we were advertising ourselves as a VR study, and it felt kind of cruel to tell people you'll have a VR experience and they come in and just do an information handout. So we always offered them a VR experience afterwards, and I can say that of the 31 participants who were in this condition, they all opted into trying VR, which was really cool to see. And so as for the data analysis, we actually just wrapped up data collection last month, so this is all very new. So I can't tell you today if any of our findings are significant, but I can show you the general trends of the data and what we saw from this study. So again, there were 5 key pre-post intervention statements that we asked for agreement with, and you can see that it was on a 6-point Likert scale. So participants indicated anywhere from they strongly disagreed with the statement all the way up to strongly agreed. So that's kind of how the data worked. And in terms of demographics, when we looked at our data, in the end we recruited 36 women, 26 men, and the average age was 71 years old. So it was really great being able to get this technology into the hands of older individuals who had never had that experience before. And of our sample, 84% had never tried virtual reality. So it was a population who really had no experience with the technology coming in. So here's a peek at our data. So our first statement that we asked participants their agreement with was, I'm open to adopting and using virtual reality in the future. So what was really neat about this is when participants came in, they were at a 4. So that indicates that they agree. So they were open to adopting even before the exercise, which is really promising when we look at that there's an intention of, okay, maybe I'll use this even before they experience virtual reality. You can see a slight increase as well in the trend of the data after the intervention in both our infographic condition in blue and our VR condition in green. Our next statement we asked for agreement for was if I had access to a virtual reality system, then I would want to use it. So again, you can see that participants started out at a 3 or a 4, which was our options for I don't know, neutral, up to agree. And so afterwards, we again saw a slight increase in that data. And then another statement that we asked for their agreement for was, I think that virtual reality systems are easy to use. So our participants in both conditions came in not really knowing what to expect, was what they were telling me when they got there. And that's indicative in the data as well. Before the intervention, they were firmly at, I don't know, neutral for what they thought about the statement. And afterwards, we saw a really strong trend into that agree zone. So believing that virtual reality systems are easy to use. And then we also wanted to get at the idea of being nervous to use technology. So really that technophobia component of would participants feel like, maybe I'd break the technology. So we asked them to agree with the statement, using a virtual reality system would make me nervous. So off the bat, what's really interesting is you can see that participants were pretty firmly in the disagree range. So coming in, they didn't really think that virtual reality would make them nervous. And while we see that there wasn't really any change in the trend for the infographic condition group, our VR group did have a decrease in the idea that using virtual reality would make them nervous. So they felt less nervous about using the technology. And then our last question for our participants was, based on what I would know right now, I would recommend the use of virtual reality to a friend or a family member. So the idea of, I had a good experience and I want to share that with you. I'm going to share this virtual reality technology. So coming in, participants were firmly in the I don't know, neutral, the 3 range, and then they went up into the agree range. So really overall, the trend that we saw across these questions was that participants came in with fairly neutral to positive attitudes, and we saw a positive trend in the data. Again, I don't know if this is significant. This will be my quest over the next 2 weeks when I analyze this data, but it is promising. And I also wanted to share with you some of the participant feedback we got from this healthy population who tried the technology. So things like, I didn't know what to expect, that was cool, contact me if more stuff like this comes up. That was fun, I'd do more of that. This is a riot. And a personal favorite of mine, we had someone come in and say, I can see how this would be really useful for stroke patients. And this individual had a loved one who had experienced a stroke, so they were very interested in how the technology works and what our plans were for it. So even though this is working with a healthy population, what we can take from this is the idea of, is using the technology and fears of using the technology and attitudes towards VR going to be a barrier for stroke patients? So based on the trend of the data with our older adults, it looks like they have fairly neutral to positive attitudes towards VR. So we're going to investigate that. But it's promising for our stroke survivors if they feel a similar way, that our technology wouldn't in fact be insurmountable for them to use, that they would be willing to use it, and that it wouldn't be too much of a barrier to try something new. So what comes next? As I said, I'm going to be analyzing the data from the older adult study, and if anyone's curious about that, I can share that with you. And we're also going to continue doing our VR testing for feedback with our stroke patient partners, so getting that invaluable feedback from them of what they like about the technology and what they'd like to see done differently. And based off the feedback from these two groups, we're going to implement changes to our program so we can really roll it out in a larger way with stroke survivors. So the step after that would be conducting a feasibility study with the Valley Regional Hospital. So as our partners, they expressed an interest in us doing that there. And then afterwards, we would really like to conduct a study with chronic stroke survivors. So we're located at Acadia University, so in Wolfville, but we really would like to stretch out and get involved with more survivors across the province. So really expanding and potentially doing a multi-site trial. But I wanted to say thank you today for inviting me to speak. It's been a lovely day of listening to really powerful speeches, and as well as the panel I saw a snippet of earlier that was wonderful. And I also wanted to say thank you to our funders, who you can see on the slide there, and our key contributors, Dr. Dan Bluestein, as well as Aidan Fisk, who have been so crucial to this research. And if anyone has any questions about the research, I am happy to answer that now, or if you have a question or would like to participate in the research, you can feel free to reach out to Dr. Bluestein, whose email address is right at the top there. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions, Jeff?
The majority of the things that I saw in the application were more geared towards the occupational therapy aspect of rehab, like using your hand rather than your leg. Is there any, future thought to creating, maybe like pushing a gas pedal or pedaling a bike or anything like that? Is that available within the technology?
Yeah, that is a great question. So ideally, we started with working with upper limb just because in terms of working on anything below the waist, it significantly increases the likelihood of a fall. So we figured we would start off with this and see how it goes. But definitely there is an interest to work on below the waist because, as you pointed out, there's a lot of activities of daily living that you need that mobility for, pressing the gas pedal, walking. So that is definitely an area that we would like to expand into over time. And it's really interesting that you brought up there that classic example of pressing the gas pedal. We're always looking for specific exercises that we can implement. So one of our stroke survivors brought up that for her, something she was struggling with was printing. So that kind of gave us the idea of, okay, well, let's work on something that could be a printing task in the virtual environment. So we're always looking for different exercises to implement as well. So if anyone walks away from this today and is like, hey, it would be really cool to see an exercise like this, let us know, because we always like looking for new ideas of things that we can develop.
I think we have one more question.
That was amazing. Just the possibilities are endless for this project. My TBI is not from a stroke. Part of a lot of my concussion therapy was my eye, the process between my visual. Like I would have fallen down these stairs had it not been for an extensive concussion physiotherapy. And a lot of my problem, I seen how this would be beneficial to other TBIs other than stroke. So are you also going to open up the door? Just because I know some of the problems I had was eye to hand coordination, like I would have been missing all those blocks. And so we had to do a lot of like in physio room type, move the ball here, move the ball here, move the ball here. But all the barriers are the same for any TBI. So I'm wondering if you're going to open the door for other TBIs other than stroke, because I could see how that would have been very beneficial for me. My therapy would have, I could have done that at home instead of losing a year of therapy because of COVID. Do you see what I mean? Like that type of stuff? Thanks, Brian.
And that's a great point, that we see a lot of these barriers right across TBI, across stroke, and that it can be really challenging to access that healthcare. Like you said, with the pandemic, so hard to access services during that time. So definitely, the whole idea of this was, let's develop a technology that's engaging and fun to use and effective that will make healthcare more accessible. So that would definitely, I believe, be something that we'd be open to, expanding that population just so everyone can access care, which is kind of the idea behind this, right? So, yeah. Well, that is great to hear. Are there any other questions?
Thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. Okay, folks, we're wrapping up the day here. I'm just going to pass the mic over to Rebecca with the March of Dimes.
Thank you, Marley. Thank you, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful day. That's really our intention. Good, I'm glad. We wanted to make sure you left with lots in your brain, lots in your belly, and that you had a really good day and you feel energized and motivated. And thank you to everyone joining us online. I want to give just some thanks to the staff at the library have been so great to deal with. To the amazing speakers we had all day, like such quality presentations. And I know we've learned a lot. I hope you have too. I want to thank especially my colleagues from March of Dimes Canada and from Brain Injury Association of Nova Scotia, especially those who have come from Ontario and Sydney and Cape Breton to join us today. We really appreciate having you here. I want to thank all of our partners that were behind this curtain. They really came today with the intention of just being here to support you with any information you might know, and I hope you got a sense of how rich our community is with resources. And I want to thank the Sick Kids Foundation. They gave us money to fund our lunch and some of our activities today, so we really appreciate their support. And now we have a draw for an iPad. Oh, sorry, one other thing. The technology. I hope you appreciate Sam, our technology whiz, has been up there at that little table. Sam has sorted out all kinds of problems throughout the day and navigated everything, and we so appreciate all that he's done. Thank you, Sam. I have a little card for you, but I know you're busy up there. And I want to thank our wonderful MCs, Sydney and Marley. Didn't they do a great job? Always with a smile, even at the end of the day. So thank you, ladies. Thank you for all you do every day. And thanks to all of you for listening. I know it's a long day, and I hope it's been beneficial. And now, who's going to win an iPad?
So we have a draw here. Can I ask, Jeff, do you want to maybe do the draw for me? Yeah.
Okay, so everyone got their tickets? 5981457. The rules were you had to be here to win. Oh, okay. Can we help you? Oh, okay. Yes, it has been. So it ends in 1457. We've got somebody checking their pockets. Not you? Okay, should we pick another one?
I guess so.
1457, going, gone? No? Okay. Yeah, here. Just do another one. Okay. Nobody found it yet, right? All right. This one is 5981465. This could go on all night, right? That's you? Oh, congrats.
So that's Joe.
Congratulations to Joe. That's wonderful. Hey, Joe, you can use this iPad to access some of the virtual programs. Fantastic. Again, thanks to everyone. I hope I did thank everyone. If I've missed somebody, it's not intentional, but thanks to everyone who came today, and amazing presentations and lots of learning. Thank you.